Hello, chat. How are we oh, God, doing? Saucy, thank you for the 21 months. Hello. Hello, gamer. Whew. Oh, boys. Poison girls. Ixna, thank you for the... What was that? What? Did... Oh. What the fuck? Am I reading? Hold on. Am I reading that right? Was that 50? Ixna, what the fuck? Oh my god. Holy shit, how do I even react to that? Oh my god, Ixna, thank you so much. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. What a madman. Absolute insanity. Immediately brought up to a level 9 hype train. Oh my god. What the fuck, Ixna? Thank you. Holy fuck. I was not expecting that as soon as I started up. What the fuck? Oh my god. JJ Kaiju, thank you for the 13 months, and Vethers, thank you for the year. Congratulations on a year, buddy. Oh my god, Nomadic with the 1-bit Pebble funds. Let's go, dude. Gold Horde, thank you for the 20. Oh my god, why are we... What's happening? Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Gold Horde. Ixna Gold Horde, thank you guys. Holy shit. What the fuck? What the fuck, guys? Holy shit. It's my Thanksgiving bonus. Oh my god, yes. Wow, I am feeling the appreciation. Holy shit. Oh my god, thank you so much. Wow. 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 Why nice things for Crimbo? I think I just might. We're off to an amazing start. Holy shit. Holy shit, guys. Whew. Whew, gotta support fantasy racism. I know it. Don't I know it? Wow. Holy fuck. Holy crap. Okay, well, let's switch over from the intro screen. How about that? Oh, God. I'm in the wrong playlist. Here we go. Wow. Hello, guys. It's your boy. It's your boy, Luca. Can't believe Rosewood Season 3 is gonna end. I can't attend the Varsity Boo social episode because I'm going to be gone for Ren Fair from Thursday through to Monday. Big sad. I really wish I could go, but I have to go drink beer at the Ren Fair. Watch streak reached. Let's go, dude. 3 stream streak. That's what I'm talking about. I didn't even know they added that. That's a cool stat. Bring his hype train before the session even starts is just the new norm. You know what? And that's a norm that I can get behind. That's a norm that I can believe in. Giving me like $300 before every stream, I'd stream way more often. I will enjoy that Ren Fair beer. I'm gonna enjoy the Ren Fair beer, and I'm gonna enjoy my beer. The beer I brewed is excellent. It's so freaking good. It's so good. I'm gonna be Ren Fair drunk all week. Howter gets lost to the Ren Fair. That's just how it is, chat. That's just how it is. Oh my god. The real Rosewood was the rift beasts we made along the way. It really is, isn't it? Wow. 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 Dude, the gifted subs are still going off in my ears. This is crazy. Thank you guys so much. It's a Rosewood day, so time to get absolutely trashed. That's what I'm talking about, Hunter. Blue man ascending. It really be like that. It really be like that. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Flee season 4 Luca full mind mage. I have plans for a season 4 Luca. Hello.
Are you talking to your chat?
I am.
Are you talking to your chat? I love you, chat. Have a good day.
Oh my gosh, chat. You got a free kiss? That's at least worth 20 more subs. Am I right? Chat, I think she likes you. Chat, are you gonna go talk to her? Chat, you can't just stand in the corner, dude. I'll tell her.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
I don't think that was for me. Where'd she go? Where'd she fucking run off to? Where'd she run off to? Thank you guys for the level 10 hype train. Jesus Christ, I can't believe it. What the fuck? Where the fuck did she go? She's a goddamn master of stealth. Hello? We'll tell her in character. There we go. Where'd she fucking go? We'll find her eventually, chat. Respawn, you son of a bitch. So, chat, quick announcement. At around 9 or 10 Central, we will be going to FT. Can you believe it? And I have a small little model update. We're Team Sun and not Team Sundago. Sundago, is that their ship name? Bruh. She was right there. I didn't see her. What? There she is. Chat said it. Chat said they love you too. That wasn't scuffed at all, chat. Can you guys see? You guys can see at FT time. So we got a little bit of a model update. Oh, smile. Golden Retriever's a good name, actually. I like it. I like it a lot. Guys, I have so much that's happened in my life I want to tell you guys about, but I only got home like when I started stream, essentially. Woo, yeah, baby.
First off, I just want to thank everybody, both cast and supporting cast, for the wonderful season we've had. Things have gone pretty good, and I'm very happy with where we left off. Got a good ending. Bradathy has risen. Lord and Savior.
Yay.
Lord and Savior.
Yes. We love him. Can't wait to see him back in the hospital.
Damn it. Chat, what'd you do to my leg?
By the end of the epilogue, he's just on the ground again, Peter Griffin death pose.
What'd you do to me, Chad?
By the end of the epilogue, he's gonna like
explain yourself.
Make it blow up.
Those, by the way, those gifted subs are still going off in my ear.
What are you doing? Never mind.
All right.
Is this dead? No, it's plugged in.
So everybody should be starting either somewhere in the city or on the ship. You will notice that during the downtime that there was a bunch of roast beef noises, a bunch of fighting noises in the distance. The roast beasts have been drawn away from the city for now to go after the softer target. So they won't be bothering us this session because we don't want this to be a combat session.
Got it. I got the leg.
Please.
Smile. You're all gonna fight each other.
So this is going to be your opportunity to have some nice closing final conversations with people before we go on break. It was wonderful to have you all, and I can't wait for the next season. Any other announcements?
Yeah, I have a couple things. First, there are a couple extra sets of benches in the training room and atop the airship in the back. These were added just to give people slightly more social space to spread out without having to sit on the floor. They're a little bit haunted potentially, so apologies if that's the case.
We love wasted points here. Oh, what's up, Narwhal? What's going on?
Try to fix those.
Someone died on the ship.
Ship's on.
So, yeah. What? Ghost bench, yes, indeed. Sorry.
Ghost bench.
The other thing, in the event that anyone goes back to the camp, there have been some changes to a couple of buildings. These changes were made in character by some people last session. So if you were participating in that, namely the people that were packing or moving things around and stuff, you know who you are. Of note, the medical building is basically empty of all critical supplies, and the alchemy building doesn't have any of its ingredients in it.
Sounds like we're fucking off.
This will
Fly
be somewhat
away
apparent
on our
when
spaceship.
you go to those places. If you don't, ignore me. Never mind.
Gonna fly to the moon.
I don't think so. I'm good.
Okay.
Have fun.
You're great.
All right. So if all captains will know that when captains meeting, all captains are supposed to go to top deck. So on deck of the ship is where Leona will meet you for captain's meeting.
Let's go.
Any? You two? Nothing? Okay.
No.
Good. All right.
I love you
get in
guys.
there.
Love you.
Let's go.
You guys are bad. Is this
Peace.
All right, chat. So, real quick, before we start, I wanted to address some things. I saw that people were getting a little heated last episode of FT about, some decisions from DMs and them not liking the way that things had gone or something, or what have you. I want you guys to know that at the end of the day, the DMs control the narrative. We improv and act our way through things. And though things might seem unfair or you don't agree with their call or their rulings, at the end of the day, they're just here volunteering their time. They come home from work just like you or I. And they're just here to try and facilitate a fun story. That doesn't mean we don't keep them to certain standards, but just cut them some slack. They're people too. And there's still ways to turn a weird or a bad situation into a really fun story. And I would love it if you guys were excited to see oh boy, I wonder what's gonna happen because of this, or what have you, rather than being oh man, this isn't fair. Just something to think about. Nothing crazy happened. It's just, other people, and someone in my Discord actually brought this up. Basically, Twitch is a reactionary platform, and it encourages reactionary commentary from chat, and that's all fine and good. Basically, the end of all of this, or to sum it all up, just be aware that other people are going to read your messages, and I would hate for someone that spent all their time out, all their free time setting stuff up for us and trying to provide us an arena where we can do these kind of awesome stories, goes home feeling bad because they saw like, people didn't like such and such or so and so. It's totally fine for, constructive criticism is great. Yeah, Drasker's killing it. All the DMs are doing great. Where the critical one, Mirren grows larger and fatter.
We hongshoeing and shit.
But yeah, that's basically it, guys. No one's in trouble. I'm not like trying to harp on anyone. Just keep it in mind. We're all just trying to make a story together. Sometimes it doesn't go our way, and that's fine. And with that said, we're gonna game. Hey. Hi. Oh, fuck. We're in character. Oh, fuck. This is not the vibe for us waking up this morning. I think we're kind of more of a this mood. Oh, hey, are you awake?
I think so.
Couldn't really sleep that much.
You neither.
Just keep thinking about last night.
Yeah.
Everything should be fine from the neutrality front if Caldwell's plan goes through. But I don't know, do you get the feeling that, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if we're even an organization anymore. And starting to feel more and more like we're just... I don't know.
Just a bunch of guys.
Well, people are just... They're letting their emotions guide their actions. Whether they're right or wrong, it leads to, it leads to choosing sides. That's not what we're here for.
Kind of goes against the whole neutrality thing.
Yeah, and I had more than one person basically say, forget it, we're not even neutral anyway because we have land from Norendal, but it's just on loan to us. We didn't sign a treaty with them.
It's more like a favor.
Yeah.
Much like we lended the favor to the Powendor scouts, who Murtash apparently healed.
That's good.
So, a favor for a favor. Neutral.
Right. I just hope Caldwell's able to pull it off. Speaking of which, I need to talk to, the lieutenant this morning. I want to make sure that any rumors, I don't know, about me or about Lucia get quashed. I don't exactly feel 100% safe around all the other students right now.
Good point. Make a point to get some big clear up going, what the plan was.
Right.
Now that we're not shouting over each other and pointing weapons at each other.
Right. I'll go look for her then. Have a good morning. Try to get some food.
Yep, will do.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Well, it's an idea. Him and I have both been brainstorming of just, you know, a quick exit for, you know, or landing, I suppose. Could be. It's something he's been talking to me about. But I don't know. Thought I should just let you know what's going on.
Well, if we wanted to get a little fancier with it, let's set up a device on deck.
Yeah, I mean, we need defenses anyway. I was thinking about that last night. Maybe some kind of cannons.
No, not a cannon. I mean, an etheric device that you put your mana into and it gives you featherfall for several seconds. Would allow...
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll get back to him with that then. I'll let you have your breakfast. Sorry.
Lieutenant, actually, can I speak to you really quickly?
Sure.
At the captain's meeting today, I'd like for you to clear up the misconceptions about what I was ordered to do, or what I got the okay to do, and with what happened.
Captain's meeting is almost going to be entirely about that. Was the first bit.
Okay.
Finding out exactly what the fuck happened.
Understood. I'd also like to bring up, potential reforms, ma'am.
Oh?
More than one student has... well, they've been outright insubordinate, if not completely treasonous. Right now, we're just letting them do whatever they want. And if that continues, we're not going to be an organization for much longer.
I'm assuming you're talking about... I don't know her name. But the student in Umbra that drew her sword on me, held it to my throat?
Sir, she was acting on Caldwell's orders to protect all prisoners. If you have questions about...
Do you think that gives her the right?
I'm afraid it's above my clearance, sir. I would take it up with Caldwell. But I'm talking more about Vesper, someone who's actively poisoned the professor, and...
That is not what she said. She says her only loyalty is to you.
Loyalty is different than orders, sir.
Well, when I told her to stand down, she says you are the only person whose orders she will follow.
Well, I can speak to her about that.
Please do. I don't have any use for soldiers that won't follow orders.
Well, right now, sir, the way it seems is... I think a lot of the goodwill from the faculty, including yourself, is spent. It'll take a lot of restructuring.
How do you mean?
What I mean is we need a clear and decisive way, a clear path for, what do you call it? I guess punishment. If people do X, then Y will happen. If they need to be executed to stop being treasonous, then that's what has to happen. But it's something that should be worked out.
Alright. You're saying we should execute your teammate?
What I'm saying is we need to lay down ground rules before this entire thing unravels. And none of us can save the world.
setting up an actual punishment system, that's what you're putting towards?
More setting up... What's the fucking word? I'm forgetting. I'm actually forgetting the word right now. A modus operandi. Something like that.
Alright.
I can give you a proposal overnight, but it's just something I wanted to let you know. I think it's worth investing in.
Sure. Have it on my desk.
Understood, ma'am.
Anything else?
No, ma'am.
Dismissed.
Demerit system ain't doing shit. No, captains don't want to demerit their corporals. Their cadets rather. So they don't. Including Luca. Luca doesn't want to demerit people. So what Luca wants to recommend is like a triumvirate. 3 professors are allowed to decide and detain a student and decide what their punishment should be for treasonous actions. That's the long and short of it. Yeah, basically, if people just keep getting away with attempted murder or murder, then we're fucked. We're basically cavemen. Morning.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. Are you?
I'm fine. Anything new?
Just waiting for the captain's meeting today.
Have you eaten?
No. Have you eaten?
I've been in that room.
But you haven't eaten. Come on, let's get food.
We spent up the entire time here trying to cook this for you, and now you're not eating?
You know, I got woke up, you know,
Wasn't too
3
bad,
hours
Robert.
before everybody trying to make it.
You have never eaten a rotten fish before.
All right.
You don't have to eat anything if you don't want to. You can just
understand. You might not be a fan,
I mean,
Hey, you guys got food?
right? Like, you guys.
Yeah, oatmeal with raisins, oatmeal with
I can be
cinnamon
picky.
sugar, depending what you want. You want that, or you want the sweet tooth?
Do you have meat?
Not gonna happen for today.
No, I'm
Do ya?
Yeah, fucking cook that fucking lamb leg in there. Just fucking.
Really?
Yeah, steak if you. Yeah.
So we're just gonna. All right, fair enough. Yep, we got meat. Enjoy yourself if you want to have some of that.
Hey,
Thanks.
I'll take whatever's
Appreciate it.
not being picked up
And
enough of.
no
I
mention.
don't want to waste anything too much, so I'll just take.
There you go. Oatmeal with raisins.
Oatmeal.
Hold on, you get some with the sugar
Okay.
and cinnamon. You get a whole steak of meat. There you go.
That's a little.
Morning.
Morning.
Sure, that's cool. That's a lot of food. It's like one eat
I'm gonna walk around again. Do another round.
Okay. You feel?
Have you eaten?
It's cool. I can eat it. It's
Have you eaten? I'm not a huge fan of oatmeal.
If you ask, they can give you lamb.
I very much doubt it.
I'm ready.
Fuck.
He thought we didn't make enough for everybody.
Lamb.
no. I.
Why?
Yummy. Eat it. I want a clean plate. Honey.
Better go get some quickly.
Get yourself some.
Before it's
Someone
gone.
else survive without it.
Alright.
I recommend the one with cinnamon and sugar, because I sourced the
Hey, Solus, can we sit with you?
Caleb sourced the sugar from somewhere, which I will not question.
Yeah, if you want, I don't fucking own the team.
And you shouldn't.
Wow. This is oatmeal, meat, sugar, cinnamon.
Oh, you should invite Barrett too.
I made that mistake once back.
Okay.
Are we okay to eat like this much?
Yeah, of course.
Else good enough?
Started biting me with a wooden spoon.
There's plenty of food
There's anyone
around.
going without, right?
You don't use weapons to be your kids?
Just gonna. What? Okay.
Hey, remember, you gotta keep your energy up.
I know. It's just
No one
I
else is
wasn't
gonna scream at your
prepared
team
for
for
that.
you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they will, but not in the way that's conducive.
That's a good point.
I will. If you don't take care of yourself. Not to butt in, but hi, good morning.
Morning.
Oh, but morning. I guess.
Yeah, your dad is a piece. Your dad is a piece of shit. We all know that.
I'm gonna pretend
Good work, Falari.
You know how I feel.
Shitty water.
People gotta stop teaching them that stuff.
Honestly, at this point, I think they're teaching each other that, and it's now an endless cycle that cannot be broken.
Do they think that's our salute? Saying shitty water?
I wish I could decipher the meaning of the whatever the hell they're doing sometimes. It's beyond me at this point. I just kind of smile and nod and be like, you're doing great, honey.
As long as they're doing their job.
Man. My entire body hurts. More than usual.
Oh yeah, everything kind of aches.
It's almost as if we like overextended ourselves.
Yeah.
I could do another 10 minutes of fighting, I think.
Oh, definitely.
Like, I could probably take a few more rift beasts, and then I might start having trouble, you know.
Well, I'm sure once they get through with Palvin, whatever that will be to take care of.
Wonder if Caldwell's deal's gonna really work.
Huh?
Huh? Don't you know about it?
No? About what?
Maybe I'll hold off till the captain's meeting. He might go over it then.
Okay.
I just remembered. I never picked up my sword. From the camp.
Oh shit. Fuck.
Well, I'm sure if we ask, we can go grab it.
You left yours.
Okay. Yeah, my, you know, the one from my dad.
Oh shit, yeah, no, we can go get that totally.
Really? That'd be okay?
Fun, I think. At least Caleb mentioned to retrieve some alcohol from the camp. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where we're going, so...
Okay.
Perhaps we'll just gather it on the expedition.
Then I'll tag along, sure.
I need my small chest of items.
We're all allowed to join?
I mean, it was mostly just
Actually.
a small party going, but I don't think it would be too bad to have others tag along. I mean, some beasts in the area. Speaking of, I actually should speak to Caleb. Just a moment.
Sure.
No boredom, Jackson. I'm sorry.
Nothing. Fine.
You haven't touched your oatmeal.
Perimeter clear. It's been clear for a while.
Is that still in motion for
What? Did you sleep?
It appears south.
I didn't get a lot of sleep.
Do you need someone to feed it to you?
I was riding.
No, I don't need anybody to feed it to me.
Okay, if you're sure.
You don't gotta worry too much about it.
I'm sure if you asked nicely, Solus would baby bird it to you.
Do what I can. Have you seen Barrett?
I mean, I can if you want. That's kind of gross.
That's
Tell him something.
no.
Okay.
That's not okay.
I'm sorry.
Good point.
Just messing with you, but you should really at least eat something.
No problem.
Just a couple bites.
Maybe. I'll see if there's any apples or anything left back at the base. Or
You
in
can
there.
pick the raisins off. Those are fruit, right?
It's more so I don't trust
Cinnamon
this.
and sugar and lime.
What do you mean you don't trust it?
It's like everything.
It's fine.
Oh, hey, you got a.
Well,
Look.
it seems some others are going to the camp now, but I'm going around Maine. I believe we'll probably end up having a captain's meeting.
Seems fine.
I'm sorry.
Gotcha, understood.
You
Oatmeal.
star. Cool.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I can
different stuff. I've never really personally had it before. But
Heroes gotta look living with us.
Wow, it's really gross.
I mean, you can have this. It's really
Yummy.
good. I
No,
promise.
Lucia, you need to eat that.
oh, well.
She needs to eat
I'll
that.
find something else. It's fine. I'll get some bread.
Yummy.
Look, I'm not going to get in between whatever the food situation is, so I'll let you figure that out.
You not eating your food?
Patience! Oh my goodness!
Not this.
Good to see
No.
you.
I'll eat some food later.
See you, mate.
Why not this?
Was sick.
What's wrong with
Okay.
whatever you've got? I don't know. Is
So
that
glad to
oatmeal? Drug?
That's oatmeal.
Very good to see you.
What's with oatmeal?
Hopefully, once you're feeling better, you can have some time together.
Like what?
Make the most of most time.
What is wrong with oatmeal? You just not like
Eat your
it?
damn food if you gotta, you know. Yeah, what?
And I do have some things to do, so I'll be a little bit better.
That's not it.
And they saw.
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, Lefron, here you go.
Oh,
It's settled. You can try the oatmeal. Congrats.
wonderful. The more the merrier, they always say. Pretty good. Oh, it's way better than leather.
Leather? What?
Yeah, what? It's not an injury thing. You don't get a lot of choice in Doza.
Are you able to eat cinnamon raisins or orange?
We've had leather, we've had some pots of things I
Did
don't
you eat
think I should.
rocks?
I heard that some
No, we did
some
not eat
Drozens
rocks.
actually do spice up rocks, and they'll cook them, and then they'll just suck on the rocks with the spices. Is that true?
That makes sense.
If it's really that dire, then sometimes they toss it into stews. It's more like chunks of rock. It's not like the whole actual, rock
You're
itself.
saying they don't just grab a large rock and just go.
No, we don't do that. I mean, some
Big
of
old
the-
rock
some-
with a bone in it?
Unless we're trying to not. Rocks with, dude, are there rocks with bones in it? I mean, at that point, you would just eat
rocks
them.
were throwing, for throwing them at people. I don't really meant to eat them. I thought you just pick them up.
How could you not just throw them at somebody and
I
then?
have heard that some rocks do have bones in them.
The way it works is, I think you're thinking of fossils, but the way that
Bless
is you have the rocks that you can spice. What?
No, nothing.
You were talking with your mouth full.
Oh, anyway, you have the smaller rocks that are more like pebbles and chunky, and you can grind those
It
down
was a-
and make it more of a finite powder, or you could take a larger rock, and that rock will be more spiced and, I guess, permeated into a flavor with spices, and that seeps into a stew or soup of such. How delightful! If the actual contents of the soup are good, otherwise it's just rock soup, and at that point it's not very good. So.
Not it was, to be fair.
Sounds
I mean,
good,
like,
yeah.
it didn't sound that
I'd try it.
Maybe you.
Oh, I'm glad you would find joy in our customs. Not many people think it would be good. So.
I guess.
I mean, the last time, don't you beat your partners and then drag them off? Is that sort of thing?
Whoa.
Is that the marriage ritual?
What the fuck?
Where did you hear
Okay,
that?
that's in some respects that occurs, but not all throughout Drozo. That's sort of a
How
you
do
know.
we get from eating rocks to
Wait, so it
beating
does
your partner?
happen?
Wait, hang on.
So we're talking about their
If
culture.
you
That's
best
fine.
your partner in the matter of combat, then yes, they are legally bound to be wed, or at least your mate.
So you can just go up to anyone and just say, "I'm gonna marry you if you can't beat me in a fight," and if you beat him in the fight.
No, there has to be kind of like a mutual interest sort of thing. Otherwise, it gets very convoluted.
Wait,
and
but
it's
if there's
more
mutual
specific to
interest,
other
why do they have to fight each
clans.
other? Wouldn't they just want to be together?
Dominance.
Oh.
So the winner gets to put on a ring.
The person. The winner
I
is
see, I see.
is the.
The winner gets to wear
The winner is the
closed-toed
one who
shoes.
I get.
Is that a different custom?
Not exactly.
I don't think they can
That's
wear
not,
shoes.
I don't think that is a custom. I
Well-
mean, my kind, well, my sub-race of dragonkin can't, but there are other dragonkin that don't exactly have my features.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, not all Trojans can't wear shoes, Lucia. Some just aren't allowed to wear closed-toed shoes.
I'm pretty sure a lot of them don't have shoes.
We generally don't, normally.
But it's so
Let's have
cold.
sandals, I'd say.
How do you walk on sand if you don't got shoes on?
Oh,
That sounds painful.
Sandals, we have open-toed shoes, at least for those that
Oh,
are able to wear them. The closed-toed is just kind of
okay, I see.
it's sort of not really a worthwhile effort. You get sand in your shoe and it's terrible.
Ugh.
I hear it's terrible, at least. I've
I
got
hate
sand on my
sand.
claw once, and I will never have that again. What? You hate sand?
Of course.
It's a lovely thing.
Yeah,
Coarse and rough.
it's everywhere.
But that's what's great about it. It's a reflection of the harshness and the true strength in survival.
If you say so. Unless the sand is at the beach. I like sand at a beach.
Isn't sand
Yeah,
all the same all
beaches.
around?
What are those like?
Well, no, because if it's in a desert,
I don't know.
then you can't like wash off the sand.
Nope.
Super easy.
I only ever lived in
I
the
just
mountains.
heard
so,
they
I mean, if you find an oasis, good.
Flint's is
Or
all docks.
place of rock
boats
could also
and
work.
shit, so there's
You
no
would need
real
some
beach.
water.
Hello.
Told.
Oh, it's you again.
Oh, yeah.
Steak.
Good morning.
Oh,
What a
hello. Good morning.
Love to see you again.
Allowed in by one of your professors. They said you had some rations available.
Oh.
Oh, of course. We have it in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
we got like food in there. There's oatmeal and
He's already crippled a youngling.
cinnamon,
Fuck, you're
and
right.
there's sugar and there's meat and
Wait, does meat out now?
I think
Only a little
so.
bit.
There's lamb.
Lamb until it's left. I mean, until it's gone.
Made me steak for rare beef. There's a set on the table.
What?
Gallup made me food, meat. Told me before it came up. Don't know.
I don't.
Oh, it's in there.
Probably in the back, I reckon. Yeah.
I missed meat. Oh. Sorry, I just didn't know I
Is
was
it
gonna
your
have meat
first
again.
time meeting them?
I'm gonna go ask Barrett and see if
Eating meat? That's no, I've had meat before.
We can't meet.
No, it was
Meat.
a joke. It is lamb, though.
Oh my god.
What are you laughing at?
That is good. That's a good joke.
What's this?
The joke.
Huh?
Okay.
Did I miss it?
So she said, "Is it your first time meeting them?" And so the joke of it is because it's meat. It's meeting them.
But you can't meet meat, because meat's not a person.
Oh no, it's a play on words because meat and meat are synonymous in sound but different in spelling.
I guess that's true in common tongue.
I suppose. I've read a couple books on some jokes. I can't ever really
I'm
get
making
them right, though.
them completely.
Oh, I suppose I'll show them later.
Something about stuffing someone a little later? Excuse me?
Huh?
Oh, we're making sure. We're talking about feeding them.
Well, that's the Bellerophon. Let's get out of here before things get weird.
Yeah, it's time to go. Let's go. It's time
Oh,
to go.
you got dirty mind, dirty
City with this, you can do it in, you know, I'm just saying, because like, there's a whole thing that's not
Just
our
not
stuff.
in the
if you wanted
kitchen.
to
We'll
do it,
meet you
know.
guys later.
Don't
Did I do it right?
in our rooms.
Is that a...
Yes, you did. But not timing is off.
Oh.
Do you think?
I think we're meeting up here.
Mind if I bring food with me?
I guess we'll find out.
Hey Ben, on your little adventures around.
Five captains so full.
Vesper left for the campment, sir. Yes.
You have to be a himbo to
Vesper
become a
left for the
captain.
campment.
I can stand in for him. Rowan's not up either.
Captains, follow me into my room. Everybody else is dismissed.
See you later.
Lord. Oh, this is so good. Okay. Sorry about this one.
All right. So I believe we have a lot to discuss today. First off, what the fuck happened the other day? Because frankly, I've been getting mixed reports. I've been having soldiers screaming in my face. I am getting different answers from different people. This was both on mission and even a little bit after. So honestly, at this point, I have no idea. So, we'll start with Umbra. Full report.
All right, as you understand, I'll start from the beginning. I started my day in Norendal, coming back. I heard screams from the camp and fighting. I met up with my team. They appraised me of the situation as it stood with Palvindor. I came to you, requested that I be allowed to parley with him since my family has ties with Palvindor, which you approved. I took Umber across the river. We parleyed with Palvindor. We assured neutrality. We would not attack them, they would not attack us. They did not mess with the shield generator. We would give them the schematics to the shield generator, but not its power source. And we would not intervene with their invasion. Nor would we, you know, help the other side either. They agreed to these terms. As I was coming back to bring you these terms, we saw the ship flying off back towards Norendal. We chased it, arrived in Norendal. We were beset by rift beasts from what I remember. Immediately upon arrival, I was not able to find you and give you the full terms of what we had agreed to. And then Palvindor showed up and they marched in. And that's when everything seemed to break down. After that, when you came to ask me what the terms of the deal was, it became clear to me that Palvindor changed the terms of the deal, and we all know how that turned out. Was there anything else you wanted, ma'am?
That's everything? Aqua. What is everything that went down?
We were holding around by the medbay for most of the day. We did take quite a severe beating, and I believe some of them got through and past us. Once we were able to get healed, those of us who were injured, it wasn't long before the alarm bells were ringing in the city. We went along with everyone else to respond. From there, it was just trying to hold out the town, and once we'd managed to clear out a bit of space, we held the door to the inner city for most of the rest of the night. And it was at some point along that those Palvindorians came in, attempting to make their way into the center of the city and where the shield generator was. I wasn't aware we had any agreement with them, so I was very reluctant to allow them through.
Understood. Is that everything?
I don't believe there is anything else of note after that.
Ventus.
While we were yet in camp, Ventus was positioned at medical and had spent our entire time there. My reports about the situation with Palvindor had come, I believe, through Professor Caldwell, who had informed us that Lumen had encountered them with you. When we entered the city, Ventus was tasked with various things, but ultimately relevant to the incident at hand. I was present, along with Vesper, and perhaps Captain Lefron, though I am uncertain when he arrived. When Lucia from Umbra made comment about the deal that was made with Palvindor. This was before their arrival, while the sun was yet setting. Lucia made clear that while we would be able to evacuate what civilians we could on the airship, the city, its lands, and the shield generator would go to Palvindor. This was reiterated subsequently while I was speaking with you, Lieutenant. After night had fallen and they had arrived, I spoke with Captain Rowan and Captain Lefron after Lucia's comments. I had 3 of the 6 captains in support of not allowing Palvindor to take the land or the city or the shield generator. I had begun to speak with Captain Yorel when they arrived, and it was a mess from there. Once they had moved inside to the shield generator, I had my lieutenant collect those that were willing to fight Palvindor, confirming with those present that they were willing to stand against them. That is when I opted to take the action that I demand that they leave the city. When they refused to, and when their captain continued to menace the shield generator with the weapon that he was certain would pass through Captain Pumpkin Patch's body and into the shield generator to destroy it, he was given one final chance before I drove my sword through him. There has been some conversation, from what I gather, that Vesper was responsible for things. He was not. Vesper waited for my lead and was there at my request. To be frank, I find Captain Luca's report discreditable, given that his lieutenant was the one who gave me the same story that the Palvindorians arrived with before they had arrived, and before he had started to tell any other story.
What other story?
Just to confirm, you said the Palvindorians threatened the shield generator and Captain Murphy?
Pumpkin Patch stepped into the way. Monty's something, or I gather that it's a shield from the way that it was employed, but he had some sort of lightning something or another that he had used defensively. Captain Pumpkin Patch put himself in the way of the, they had those weapons. I assume that they are firearms of some description. He was rather clear that he felt that the bullet would pass through him directly and into the shield generator.
Noted. Thank you.
You were with us in the morning, but for the sake of the other captains, I'll recount what happened. Having finished fighting the Reef Beasts and deciding that heading back to camp was the best course of action, we encountered 4 Palvindorian scouts. 2 of them ended up recognizing some of us from the day that we had taken the airship and decided to threaten the other 2 with their lives so that they would escape. As we were making our way back to the river, they had made ominous comments about the army and their intentions towards Pendlebury, Norindel more specifically. However, before they could get across the river and make more specific statements, the other 2 scouts came back, and the deserters opted to die to delay them enough for us to get across the river, as you know. After that, we headed to the airship when the alarm sounded and stayed with it. As we traveled and responded to the Rift Beasts, not much of note is there to say. When it comes to the incident, I can corroborate what Captain Talia said. Lucia's story was very clear. The deal was that Palvindor would take the land, the city, and the shield generator. And as she said, this was reiterated.
Can I step in, sir? At no point did I tell my lieutenant to disseminate information, and at no point was she commanded by me to be telling anyone the terms of the deal.
Oh, please. So you're mad that she told us the deal that you're now lying to us about?
I'm not lying to you about the deal. It's clear it's been misrepresented.
The Palvindorian clearly agreed with her.
And you believe the Palvindorians over me when I've fought by your side for countless battles?
I believe that Lucia would be foolish enough to reveal the true terms of the deal.
Foolish enough? I don't know what you guys' personal gripe is with her, but either she misspoke or there's some misunderstanding.
She didn't misspeak.
Pardon?
May I step in for a quick step to inform us what we heard? As you are aware, me and Calder joined Umbra in their parlay with Palvindor. To at least my credit, I believe the deal was exactly as Lucas said. A copy of the schematics, a ceasefire on both sides.
Alright. To ask a further question, if those were in fact the terms of the deal, what were you hoping that we got out of it?
Our continued neutrality, ma'am.
Even
so that we can continue the mission.
Yes, and do you think that there could have been any further terms we could have asked for? Was there any further terms that you did ask for?
That they'd recognize us as a neutral faction. That they wouldn't engage our soldiers.
Understood. In the future, I would ask that you try to get better terms for us. For example, perhaps what's the term I'm looking for? A stay of invasion?
Ma'am, can you elaborate?
So, the city was currently under siege by rift beasts. At the time you made the deal, we didn't have the shield active. We were still working on it. And we were not sure whether or not we could get the shield active. And instead of trying to barter peace, even for just a few days, we would have to be in the middle of a siege, in the middle of two countries at war, struggling to fight rift peace, struggling to protect our assets.
I understand, ma'am. The thought hadn't crossed my mind. I apologize. I'll do better in the future.
Thank you.
Can we dispense with this illusion that we are neutral? We have a standing agreement with Norandel to provide for their protection in exchange for the land they have offered us.
But protection against
We're
rift
not a
beasts,
neutral party.
there's nothing in there about stopping a Palvandorian invasion.
If they're slaughtered all the same, what does the enemy matter?
As it
It
was
is still the land that
described
we reside
by
on.
the Chancellor, the late Chancellor, rather. It was for the defense of the city.
The defense of the city, not the sitting government.
Is that truly where you draw lines?
Yes, it is.
Geographical designations.
Because as soon as we get embroiled in local politics, we're fighting a war against someone. We're already fighting a war against the rifts. The entire reason we exist is to stop the rifts, or have we forgotten that because of our emotions and our pre-existing standings?
Why did Alea Rosewood bring children here?
I can't speak to why she did anything.
If she wanted... If she wanted soldiers, she would have recruited an army.
From where? The armies are already fighting each other.
And so the better choice is to bring in children, shattered from the
Is that what you are? Are you a child?
11 years ago. I haven't been a child for a long time.
Then she didn't recruit a child, did she? She recruited a soldier. At the very least, she made you into one.
She did not do such thing. Alea never wanted an army, and she did not consider us soldiers. The lieutenant herself has said that it's just for pretend. Anyway.
For pretend. We've been told since we got here that we were going to be shaped into soldiers to fight the rifts.
By whomst? The professors? Maybe.
The Chancellor with her blessing.
Well, the Chancellor's...
Leia didn't want soldiers.
So what are we if we aren't soldiers and we aren't children? What are we?
Heroes.
You're
are brought here to save people.
Group of idiots, doing your best.
Is that really what you think, Lieutenant?
As long as I can.
Yes. None of you fight like soldiers. Half the time in combat, I never see anybody with their own team. I see no unity in squads in combat. You all scatter to the winds and fight on your own. You're adventurers at worst.
Then clearly you have not been paying attention to Umbra, ma'am. I've been doing everything I can to make them a cohesive squadron of combat-ready soldiers who can fight and defend places against these creatures, these otherworldly monsters that are taking all of our homes, while we stand here and worry about politics.
Your lieutenant didn't seem very
Think
cohesive. as
we
he
can
stated.
be entirely apolitical in this? Do you think that we can get through trying to save the world without...
Ma'am?
It'll pass in a moment.
I saw this once before. What is this?
It has to
This is the
do
result of-
with the herbs.
The result of soldiers not listening to orders.
Are you sure you're alright?
No, I'm not.
To answer your
As I was
question,
saying, what makes you think we can be apolitical?
I don't think we can be apolitical. But there is a difference between choosing a side in a war and helping a noble, a very important political piece on the board, stay alive due to Rift Beast activity.
Mm-hmm.
So you admitted
In that
Admit what?
that you're being a hypocrite about this neutrality thing. Even the day off, I said as myself, if you truly wish to be neutral, then
I
you should
didn't
have
want-
handed over the Duke and Cecilia.
In that moment, yeah, I was being a hypocrite.
That's right.
I shouldn't have ever even brought it up,
That
but I...
was an act of war.
But in all honesty, the idea of them cornering Cecilia and killing her in her home was hard to deal with. But in reality, it's not our place to decide that, whether she lives or dies. That's not what this organization is.
That's exactly what this is. We came
We're
here, we
here
were
to
brought
bring
here.
hope, to make the world better.
Precisely.
If we beat the Rifts and Palvindor and the Shades and the Drozen Raiders and everyone that is left simply beats the world in submission after, are you happy with that? Will you have felt accomplished?
People will be alive, won't they? There will
Will
still
you be
be
happy
people
with
on
the
this
world?
world. It won't be destroyed, right? It's better than nothing.
No, it's not.
Juggernauts.
Can we fight the Rifts and the Drozen Raiders and Palvindor and all the other factions that want to see themselves seated on the top? Can we do that? We're what, 30
Tell me, Luca.
semi-powerful
would you rather
battle
die with
mages?
a collar around your neck? Would you rather live with a collar around your neck or die free? Because I've had the collar around my neck.
With all due respect, ma'am, there is no freedom as long as the Rifts are still here. And until I can see real progress, knowing that these rifts can be closed, that's going to be my main prerogative.
So wait, the question.
Luca,
Lieutenant,
do you want to see
because
progress?
You want to be
Step
in
the
the
fuck
future.
outside. We have blocked off an entire city from Rift Beast. An entire city. And we have the technology, the means, and the manpower to do more.
So we've
You're
staunched
saying
the
you're not seeing
flow,
any progress?
but we haven't sutured the wound, nor do we know how. That's what I'm talking about, ma'am. This is a great step, don't get me wrong. I am so happy and not scared for once that we are actually doing something good. But it's just one step. We can't just all of a sudden change our focus to fight every local battle because we feel bad about it. We have to stay focused on the objective. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think there was ever any question of objective. I think it's where our loyalties lie. If we
And there's no
turn our back on the
exclusivity.
people, we turn our back on the people who've shown us kindness and given us the place to stay, and allowed us to operate, what does that tell for the rest of the world? What does that show for what we can do for others if we simply just focus on what is in front of us, and not around? We don't have to fight every battle, but we should at least help. I came here just barely under a year ago, under some premise that I would be able to offer something more than just my life. And that's what Rosewood has shown me. Because we are more than soldiers. As I said, we are heroes. And we're supposed to set the example for others. That's why we're here.
So we're choosing whose homes to destroy.
That's why we're not destroying homes. Just trying to save.
We're choosing who lives and who dies rather than saving lives. We're choosing who we kill than who we save.
Everyone chooses who lives and dies. We put up a shield generator around Norrendale. If we had been in Flens, others would die instead. Everything we do is choosing who lives and dies. It's all anyone ever does.
But we haven't yet, until yesterday, chosen who to kill.
Palvindor?
Is that okay with everyone, really? Those soldiers all had families. You think they all wanted to follow his orders? They would have been killed if they had disobeyed. That's how Palvindor works.
Of course not.
They churn out men and women, and they put them on the front lines, and they kill them.
And if they wished to seek refuge here in the city, that is the Duke's to decide.
And what about their families?
They were all given the
And what about their
opportunity.
families? What about all the people that are living back in their nation?
What about all the families in Norrendale? If that soldier had gotten shot off at the shield generator.
That's a different story. If they act against us, we are full in our rights to defend ourselves and our barrier. Anything that gets in the way of us saving the world is a threat that should be taken out. If Palvindor marked us as an enemy, sure. But until then, we shouldn't be angering the bear.
When he threatened the shield generator and I killed him, what part of that do you have a disagreement with?
I don't have a disagreement with that. I think you acted correctly.
And your statement of us being the ones who choose who lives and dies, doesn't it run stale? You effectively done that. Granted, it was in the prerogative to continue our mission, but we did so nonetheless. There is death in war, and it will always be the way it is. In every battle, in every conflict. You can't save everyone. You can't save every family.
I'm sorry, I was still operating under the preconceived notion I had.
They were given instructions to leave the city. That
Yeah.
they could leave with their lives if they left.
That doesn't change the rest of my points, though. We can defend our property, we can defend our own, objectives. That's what I'm saying.
And we need to work
on the topic of the
to
fuel
ensure that
generator
this
as a
doesn't
whole.
occur again.
To bargain it away was foolish.
We're
What
not
about the few
bargaining.
cards that we actually hold.
We're
That was the
planning to give it to
understanding that
everyone,
I came
aren't
to.
we? That's what I understood.
Eventually, surely. But, I care not about harboring the Palvindorian soldiers. They were within the shield. Damn, they were behind the walls of the warrens. They were safe. They needed not press onto the city proper. And to offer up the designs for the shield generator when those who put their necks on the line to create it didn't even get a say. And then what? To allow them to take the city. Perhaps they allow us to kill a few more rift beasts for them, and then once they've taken all they wanted from us, the city, the shield, and we are of no further use to them, who's to say they wouldn't have turned on us as well? Tell me, if you were Palvindor, what would have stopped you from doing that?
What Palvindor usually does, probably take all I can from the city, raise it, throw the shield on a ship, and be on my way.
Empires rise and fall. At the end, even if Palvindor took everything, there would still be people around to change things. We don't have to change everything ourselves. Stopping the end of the world, I think, is more than enough to focus on.
Do you know how you bring about the downfall of a settlement, a city, a town, a camp?
In what way?
It's much easier than people think. You can take it by main force. You can storm the gates. All Palvindor needed do to ensure dominion over the entirety of this city and every other that they enter once we have given them this technology is put up a shield, draw in rift beasts, and make the threat.
Are you forgetting?
As we say, forever.
The power source and the shield are two separate designs. The shield's useless without the power generator that designates it to fight against rift beasts, unless I'm mistaken, Professor. That's something I did not promise them.
You are mistaken. It is not a power
so you were
source.
Going to give
it
them...
is a blacklist.
So you were going to
well,
give
then
them
they're...
a shield that they could not... A shield generator that they could not power? How did you expect that to turn out?
I expected that we would supply the device in a measured way, in a way that gave us control over the situation.
So you are willing to play politics and make demands?
As long as it doesn't embroil us in open warfare, yes, of course. That's why we should remain neutral.
Well, I would very much prefer not to be in active conflict with anybody. I don't believe true neutrality will last too long. People will want
Enough
what
of
we
the rifts
have.
are gone.
People will demand it.
Then we get ahead of that. If we turn all of our attention towards making these things, and ensure that every major faction gets one, and that we supply them with what they need without the means to make it themselves, that puts us on a good foothold, doesn't it?
It does.
It gives them a reason not to attack us. It gives them a reason to protect us from other factions and other interests, doesn't it?
Well, if you give it to one, as we have to Pendlebury, there's nothing to stop the Duke to say now. Either you don't give it to Palvindor, or we will rescind our money and our land.
Exactly why we need to spread it out as far as we can. Otherwise, we become a Pendlebury puppet.
Well, we might become a pariah otherwise.
What do you mean?
I don't... What does that mean?
Well, as I said, we've just given it to Pendlebury, to Norrindal. The Duke could decide now to say to us, do not give it to Palvindor, it would give them an advantage. Otherwise, I will no longer pay for you. I will no longer give you land. And the same will probably go for Flint's, given that they're about to be in an alliance.
Well, we have an airship now. They want to sever our ties. There's still every other faction out there. And if we've created a safety net for ourselves...
It's already been stolen once.
If we create a safety net for ourselves, there's no reason they would have to do that in the first place. No one complains, everyone's fairly treated.
Sorry, go on. Continue.
Well, that's basically the sum of it.
I agree with Captain Luca's point that the way to ensure the wider survival is to give the shield to more places, to more people, to save more lives. I don't, however, agree that spreading it equally amongst the factions is necessary. It is not clear to me that those who are willing to take and harm and kill others, who are willing to take rift beasts and bring them to the gates of an enemy city, it is not clear to me that they are as willing as saving, because we must choose. We must always.
Wait, what do you mean about rift beasts to the gate of a city?
Oh, please, they did it in Veldingkib, they did it in Bestin Bay, they clearly did it again here.
There is a pattern. I do not know how true it
Did you not hear about Bestin Bay?
I heard it fell.
It fell while Riftwatch flew above the city, waiting for the city to fall and be overrun by rift beasts before they moved in to take the city. Likely just to loot it.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the rift beasts' main attack reached the city the same day that the Palvandorians arrived?
Well,
Auntie has recounted what has been found aboard this ship of their experiments dropping people into the rifts. They're prisoners.
I think it's pretty
if you
clear.
want to stand neutral, that's what you're supporting.
We stand against the rifts, rift beasts, and all that ilk. If they're using these monsters, then the way I see it, they are acting against the accordance of our values of our mission. I didn't piece it together. Sorry.
Understood. But to move this back to Lumen, after a lengthy conversation.
Right. We didn't sustain.
Please. No, hold on. Please, in the future, when there is a VIP or some kind of asset we are trying to hold, especially if we're trying to do it under the radar, don't announce it full-throatedly in front of potential enemies.
There is evidence
just for
of Palvandor?
Is that understood?
Or are we talking about something else in chat?
Lieutenant. Just trying to be neutral.
The back of the airship that they salvaged was full of rift beasts. They were transporting them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good point. I want to bring them about the military. Lieutenant.
What I meant about soldiers.
Ma'am?
Continue.
We did not sustain any major serious injuries. We helped take back the airship from the Palvindorians that had taken it after heading back towards the training camp. And I believe there's not much more to report after that.
Ignis.
Luke is probably going to write to his grandfather and tell him.
The day that the rift beasts attacked us, we remained on the hill, keeping our position. Some of our members filtered out to assist other teams, as need be. And then the bells, the city rung. So, as such, I instructed my team to go and assist for the city. And we abandoned our position to aid. Upon arrival, we did what we could to protect those that were under peril, assisted the guards in maintaining the front gates and ensuring that there was no further attacks, at least until the shield generator could be risen. From that point, sorry, the memory becomes a bit foggy, but I do know that around a short time after the Palvandorians did arrive, there was much discussion and argue of the sort of deal that was made. But what I've received and understood as thus follows was that they would receive the city and You'll have to forgive me, but I was not fully involved with the deal's total creation, so I do not wish to give misinformation. But I do know that the city was a major point in involvement. Such they arrived and entered deeper within. We helped and aided those that were injured. And I believe that's when the threats towards the solar generator were beginning to be perpetuated as discussions continued beforehand. I did hear the counts to ask them to surrender and call for a different deal, but they held their ground. So did we. The countdown went, and the following occurred. As such, we did what we could to regroup anything from the encampment, as well as receive our ship back from these Alvandorians that had stolen it. From there, I believe that's really all that's happened. Again, I apologize.
Yeah, Luca wants to be clear that we're fighting the Palvandorian government, not the people.
Thank you. Can I get confirmation that you were there with Ventus?
I was in... Yes, I did have the conversation with Ventus, and it was wrong as well. We spoke.
Excellent, thank you. Tara, you've been quiet.
Yeah. We were in the grove. We were defending that area, making sure Seer was safe. Fought off a few rift beasts, minor injuries, nothing major. We watched Umbra go across the river, made sure they were safe by watching across. Heard the bells and came running to the city as quick as we could. Defended what we can. Took our orders of defending the city and all those in it. Watched the Palvandorians walk in. Decided to focus my efforts on the fighting. I've never been one for politics or anything like that anyway, so why waste my efforts there? Until I heard that things were getting heated. Thought I'd come in, see if I could cool things off a little, or at least distract something so we could relax for a moment, and I walked in and watched my allies kill a bunch of Palvandorians. And then the rest of the mission went as everyone else has described it.
Like I said, you've been very quiet during this whole conversation. Personal thoughts?
Well, honestly, I think I've thought about punching just about everyone in the room a few times over now. This shit's stupid. Wars, fucking conflicts. Why can't we just focus on giving everyone an equal chance at living against the Rift Beasts? If shit goes haywire afterwards, if someone decides to stand up and try and take over the world, then maybe afterwards we can deal with it. But why do we feel the need to get involved now when we've got something good going? We could just focus on what we have, get over our fucking hate boners for a bunch of people who, might I remind you, are being led by certain groups. We can't just hate every single fucking individual in every city because one person decided to make a few bad choices. And why can't we just focus on the here and now, get this shield generator shit done, save everyone, and then and only then can we go and decide if we want to go play army for the rest of our days. Or is that too much to ask? Is it too much
Palvindor was here and now, and a decision was made. Would you have rather stood aside as the deal initial correct one?
I would rather we stop pretending that we're fucking weak and we do something like, I don't know, knock them out, hold them in the dungeons that we have access to, and there's an entire fucking city that we could use to hold these people in, but instead we thought killing them was the best option. We thought just striking them down when...
The way that Talia put it, one of them, the captain, was threatening the generator as well as the life of Captain Pumpkin Patch. In the attempt to take them in alive, Captain Pumpkin Patch might have very well died, and the generator might have come down, and, well, you know, I'm sure you can figure out the rest from there.
And we could have knocked him out! We didn't have to fucking kill the guy!
I have a
Can't you move
question.
faster than the pull of a trigger?
Well, clearly you were fast enough to kill him.
Taken by surprise.
Do I get this odd feeling that you got read a lot of stories when you were younger? About heroes knocking out opponents? Because it's not easy. Do you know what happens when you knock somebody unconscious? When you hit somebody in the head hard enough that they go unconscious, the front of their skull slams full force into their brain. And then, the back of their skull hits the back of their brain. That causes damage to their brain. Often, when people have traumatizing head wounds, they don't come back the same. Sometimes they think a little slower. Sometimes they simply die. Knocking people unconscious is something you see in fairy tales and storybooks about heroes. That kind of thing doesn't work in the real world.
If everyone could have been knocked
Do you remember?
unconscious, there'd be a lot of more
Do you
people
remember?
alive in Jerusalem.
Yes. Do you remember Octavian's lesson when we were new? When he stood teams at odds and had us beat each other into submission. The fight did not end until one or the other was unconscious. Remember what that took.
And we
And
could have just
outside with
fucking
soldiers in
disarmed
armor.
them. We have the people for it. We outnumbered them. We had them surrounded. You could have just removed their weapons.
I don't believe they would
All
be
of those-
easily to give it away. They would have fought for it.
And they also had holdout weapons. When I captured one of the Palvindorians, they had a dagger, a sword, short sword, in one of their boots around the leg. Went all the way down. In the process of doing that, someone might have been stabbed and killed.
There's no easy answer, Solus.
How many lives of your teammates would you be willing to spend to capture all the Palvindorians alive?
None. Of course, none. That's because I'm an idiot and I'm biased and I have fucking feelings and I'm a terrible soldier. But we have the means to do things. Why do we keep pretending like we can't do this shit? People could have got injured.
We're trained for this! For some fucking reason, we've been training to fight other people instead of Rift Beast most of the time. So it's not like we're underprepared. We know what we're doing!
We can fight people, we can fight Rift Beasts, we saved the entire damn city, we have the resources and the skills to do this!
Solace.
So let's stop pretending that we don't!
Solace. Look at me. Look at my build, as I stand before all of you by comparison. Pumpkin Patch was going to be the recipient of the bullet. Who was going to best him? He was an armored combatant. Varys's vines meant that there were no more subtler movements to be made. Tell me how I am to overpower him.
Indroza, you're not trained to beat to submission. You're trained to kill. You're trained to fight to the death because you need to protect everything that you hold dear, because everything is sacred and can be lost in an instant. The ability to try and stop death, have that strength, does not mean that it's always possible. You will always be faced with situations where you can't muster that strength, or you won't be able to tap into that strength, or you won't be able to do the things that you wish you could have done. There's never just an easy option. Sorry.
Yeah, no. And even under the most optimal circumstances, a trained opponent of equal value can always make a mistake. If you're still willing to risk that, there is a real possibility.
There's no easy answer, but I think there might be room for, well, a common understanding. You said we don't act like soldiers, so maybe it's time that we do start acting like soldiers. Soldiers follow certain codes and operandi. Soldiers, if they fight and kill another soldier during a wartime, that is usually seen as permissible. No one bats an eye. But if a soldier kills civilians, there can be a hearing, there can be consequences, there can be punishment. I think we need to establish something like that for us, so that we understand where we lie and what we should do if we're faced up against some kind of armed rabble versus a professionally trained military that's using rift beats against us. We should whittle down as much gray room as possible so that we all can come to an agreement on standard procedure. Does that sound fair?
I think that would do us well.
There's no such thing.
A standard procedure?
Again, how do you judge the actions? If Lefron had been standing next to him instead of me, Lefron could simply rip the man's arm off.
If we're established that if we have some modus operandi that we are to fight soldiers with lethal force, then so be it. It seems logical to me. Soldiers know what they're getting into. Soldiers signed up for this. Whether or not they fully agree with their own cause, they're still soldiers at the end of the day. And in a wartime situation, in a combat scenario, well, I think that probably went as good as it could have gone. All that to say,
I find it a bad idea.
If we have agreed upon terms, things that we can look back on and keep ourselves accountable to, it will stop things like this from happening, where things get blown out of proportion. It's not something we have to all decide right now. It's something to nail down for the future.
I was about to mention, while I don't disagree with the idea, if something like that were to be made, much more than just what our attitude is towards combatants needs to be talked about. For one, the fact that none of us, the rest of the teams, knew that a deal had been brokered towards Palvindor, I think is a bit of a problem.
It was a problem. I spoke to that a bit earlier. The intention was to tell immediately the lieutenant and allow for dissemination of information, but we were immediately beset by rift beasts, and then Palvindor was upon us in no time. I'll do better. I'll do as much as I can to make sure that nothing like that happens in the future. Go on, Lefron.
No, you practically answered my reasoning. I was aware that a deal was struck, but I had no idea of the actual information involved in that deal. And I could not place my exact judgment being made of what was said because of my lack of information. So, I think it would do us well to look better to share information that we receive. And part of that as well, I think it would additionally do us good to train ourselves to work beyond our teams. I understand that as a unit, as a team, we should be cohesive. Even when we're broken apart, we should always find a way back together. But in the means of battle, it's not always easy to return back to that unit. We should find some way to unify between teams, between ways, or at least fighting styles, capabilities. Some sort of middle ground. That way, if we are separated, there's some way to unify in that sense. That'd be my only suggestion. Just as a passing thought, though. I meant to bring it upon the team captains.
Perhaps we could have some kind of I keep forgetting the word. A standard operating procedure. If a group is separated, whoever's a captain in that group can take precedence, and if there's no captain, one can volunteer themselves or one can be agreed upon in some sort of fringe scenario like what LaFran's mentioning.
If I may, I am a bit skeptical about so much rigidity, but I don't think that it is necessarily a discussion for right now.
Yeah.
Agreed. I only brought it up as a suggestion for the future. It would certainly be worthwhile to discuss the finer points down the line.
Agreed. I mean, personally, my suggestion would be that if you have a team fight like one, stick together. However, to move on, we do have some more things to discuss. We need to figure out what our next move is. We have the shield generator, obviously, up here in Norrendal. And we need to figure out where we want to move the next one.
Well, I guess the obvious question is who's struggling the most right now? Who's under the most duress from Rift activity?
Well, I believe the most under duress would probably be Beston Bay.
Agreed.
I think it's a bit late for that, Lieutenant.
That doesn't mean there
must
wouldn't
be
be
somewhere nearby.
refugees.
The refugees,
Safe
I
place
do
for
not
people to
know
hold
if
out.
the people that ran all the way here from Beston Bay mentioned large group of civilians escaping, but they were hounded by rift beasts for days as they ran. There's a reason only so few made it. I don't know if there will be more survivors in the settlements around, especially if they had followed those refugees.
If we're not having to worry about Palvandorian air traffic, it's short distance, we could at least scout it out. If there is a good cluster of survivors, think about what that would do for the global morale if we brought a city back.
There's a rift inside the city, no?
There were mention of a rift opening in the docks, but it is possible that in the chaos of everything happening, they didn't.
What if we utilize the shield generators, not just to protect, but to ensnare? If we can find some way to repair the shield generator in a city or an environment a rift is already present, we could keep the rift beasts in that environment.
How do you maintain the generator?
Yeah, and wouldn't the generator be open to him?
Hold the generator.
Thousands of people worth of mana to keep a generator going.
Well.
Alright, that's a suggestion.
However,
The AC scouting the Beston Bay.
if we look at Beston Bay, a little bit to the southeast is an old castle. I don't know much about it, but that might be a good place to set up as a place to house refugees. We can get a shield generator up around there.
And then they could rebuild the city around it, and even though the city itself might be lost to a rift, it's still technically Beston Bay.
It has been fairly recently since Beston Bay has fallen. If there are survivors, I suppose it would make sense that they would make their way towards that fortification, and I suppose it hasn't been so long that they might have starved to death by now. I suppose it's a good place to check.
It is,
How long do we think it takes to prepare another generator?
That's a good point.
Well, we have this one up and running. Resources are tricky. We probably need to make a purchase of aetherite. But getting a generator up, we could probably get done in several weeks.
On the topic of coin, a cluster of squads came to me on my way up and mentioned that they've recovered a large chest of coins back at the encampment, and they wished for me to inform you all. Perhaps they may help with the funding of this project.
Yes, I was going to send a team to go pick that up today. But I guess that solves that issue. Excellent. Alright, so beyond Beston Bay, I believe two places that are in big trouble right now are
Not the Isles, right?
Riker and Andrew.
Yes.
As well as potentially Whitmere Fort, which is just a bit south of us.
If we are prioritizing, a military installation is likely to be able to hold much better than whatever refugees might be there, or the two cities that we do know and have news about being struggling right now.
What is the situation in Kulani?
Last I knew, when I came here... Oh, go ahead, man.
I was actually in Colony for several weeks before I'm here. Kahlua was holding strong. Their southern front has been holding strong for years, and I didn't hear anything worrisome off the top of my head.
That's relief. Oh, if I may.
If anything, that might be a good reason to go to Kulani Island. Didn't they have strong trade with Beston Bay?
Yeah, they've got strong import or exports of fish. And my family, before we lost our lands to the rifts in the south, we had a etheric mine. If we are able to recover that, I'd make well and sure that a good portion of those etheric crystals would come here.
Just really quickly, not to derail, but I exactly tell what we're focused on. So I'll just rely on words. Apologies. I don't make any points.
He's blind.
I can't.
Oh, sorry.
See the flat map.
Understood.
Can the flags be moved
I can understand.
to touch on the places we're speaking about?
That would help. I can kind of get a general idea from where you point, but...
Put one first in Norendal so he has a reference. Alright.
And then Beston Bay's over here.
Actually,
then Riker and Andrew.
Actually, here the front.
Oh.
Catch the stick. Alright, put the tip of the stick down and we'll move it to where we're talking about.
I did.
There's Beston. And then this is where we are here, Norendal. We have the fort here. Riker. Andrew down here. And then way over here would be Kahua and Kalani.
And just south of that, well, maybe not just, but much more south of that would be the place that Luca is talking about.
Yeah, there.
In the corner.
I suppose one of the first questions we have to ask is, what are we after here? Are we after funding still? Are we after starting the stabilization process? What do we focus on in that? Civilian populaces or defensive structures?
Currently, I think we should focus on saving the most amount of people we can. Over the last several months, there has been such an increase in rift activity that it only looks like things are getting worse. And so I don't know what kind of timeline we're looking at.
How many shield generators can we make in a short amount of time?
can probably make a shield generator
well,
over the course of several weeks, a month, yes.
Then we should probably...
Not much to create a prototype.
Then we should probably pinpoint population centers, ones that are still strong enough to support refugees. Because if we do...
Well...
I thought about this. If we do try to stabilize this area, they'd have to replant farms. It would take probably years for them to stabilize. And if there's the already existing population centers falling while we're working on that, then it's probably just a losing game.
We do know that they...
Yes.
That's true. Is Norendel stable enough to support them if we can go over here?
I believe, I do not know how well the harvest was this year, plus we just ended winter, and they would have, any merchants or trading would have to brave Rift-based territory, no matter if there's a shield generator at the destination.
But if... Could they possibly take the rivers for fast travel?
I don't know how wide they are, perhaps.
If Kulani was previously trading with Beston Bay, they'll need a new trading partner now. Does anyone know enough about these things to know who they would...
When they couldn't trade with Beston Bay, they did trade with Norendel. But Norendel is obviously in a vulnerable state currently, and admittedly, the prices were marked up a significant portion here, as opposed to Beston Bay.
Really?
It is not ours to make these agreements for cities as it is, but...
That means they have an option. We can advise and be on our way.
It means they're gonna have an influx of food that they don't have a buyer for, that's right. Which means they'll have to sell it cheaper.
Professor?
Sorry.
The other option is we focus on the cities and the remaining cities of the EAC. Remember, the EAC was a massive food producer for A6. If I remember right, Flint's is a little reliant on them. If we reinforce those two cities with barriers, allow them to essentially be a holding point for any Rift Beasts coming north from coming from the south to the north from Kindown. All that land between the cities and the fort can be used as new farming land. Secure between a barrier and a fortified location.
Where are you referencing?
He's referencing the EAC blocking the Rift Beast coming north and securing this area to use as farmland.
What about Flint's itself? Is there a reason why we're not doing that?
Flint's does not produce any food, and while it is a large population center, if we're going to help Flint's, by helping the EAC, we would be also helping Flint's. So it's the best of the both options.
Got it.
Flint's is also rarely attacked by Rift Beasts.
Lens is strong and also fucking massive. We've got a pretty decently sized shield generator, but we'd need to have something far more powerful if we want to cover, well, you know, all of it.
It would take much more time to cover Flint than focus on the EAC.
It's not an option.
So then prioritizing
as a
farmland.
Question. What is the range and... we can't travel an infinite distance with the amount of supplies we can carry and purchase. With the... Where can we get to? Can we get to all of these locations? I assume the EAC
I would imagine
is
with
further
current
if we're trying to
supplies-
make larger.
I would imagine with current supplies we could get probably almost anywhere in A6 at the moment before we would need to stop and resupply.
When can we leave? Do we have supplies that we would need purchase and build here?
And that's why we could leave as early as tonight.
Follow-up question.
Get some supplies from the city.
Do any of these locations that we're looking at that have farmland also have aetherite?
Well, if they had aetheryte, they'd be sitting on top of a rift.
Or one that hasn't opened yet, right?
Faster.
That's kind of what I'm saying. If there's a place that exists that has aetheryte but not a rift yet, then we know it's going to happen eventually. We can still get there early.
Is anyone
I've been
here
in
from the
jail cell
AAC?
for the last few years. I do not know.
Wait, what?
Or at least from I was a Palvindori prisoner for several years.
Oh.
As I was too.
Right.
Sorry to hear that.
Well, then as far as I can tell, go.
Perhaps
I hate
we
the
should
VR chat
inquire
delay
with
so
those
bad.
on our teams as well. I'm not certain I can speak for mine on decisions such as this.
It seems to me that our options are the AAC, those two cities, the southern part of Kulani, and that fort in Beston Bay.
Good stuff.
I will have to. Do we have the funding we require to set up all this operation?
I do believe we have enough funding to be able to. I'll be honest, from what I have looked at, this institution has not spent a single gold since its founding. You have not purchased aetherites, you have not purchased food, you have not purchased any goods. I simply have a chest full of thousands of gold pieces, a treasury that has been untouched as you all have been relatively self-sustaining. And when you have needed aetherite, instead of purchasing it, you have gone on missions to retrieve such.
Understood, ma'am. And I'd like to redouble down our efforts on either Northern EAC or Beston Bay. If we need Kulani or need coin, Kulani would be a good investment, I think, as we'd be able to build up aetherite prospects there. But for now, they seem more secure than the other two places.
Alright.
I concur.
I think the best for food supply for Flents would definitely be, geographically speaking, this area, so.
I vote for Riker.
I agree.
Save the people of Beston Bay if we can. And it's only a couple of days out of our way if they've fallen already.
It is relatively close, and even if we decide not to set up a shield, we should at least fly over, and if there are still survivors holding out in... Yeah, exactly.
Agreed.
Yes. The other thing to remember, if I remember our flight correctly, to get from Norandol to Kinville only took us, 2-3 days flight?
Yes.
Our operational area is vast. We're considering quick deployments versus the other ship's trip from here to there, which took a week to get there and would have taken a week to get back.
Another thing we can think of is once we have deployed into an area, such as Riker or Andrian, we can take the ship and a few squads to go into other areas to scout out for what we might need, or to even go and retrieve aetherite from any wild rifts, or even trade for it, if possible.
As much as I dread it, if we do end up going to Northern EAC, we do know that there's aetherite in Kenville.
That is true. It would be simpler to simply fly to Flens and pay for it.
If we can, though, if we collapse the entrance to the caverns there were holes in the ceiling that we could enter. We could kill the rift beasts, make a mining operation, and climb via ladders and ropes to the airship. It would be less dangerous now that we can approach from above, though certainly not without risk if there are more of those wyverns.
Maybe there could be preventive measures for the rifts, although temporary enough for you to get in and get out within a certain amount of time. With the etheric shield generators, if you were to create a more portable size that would only even last an hour, enough time for you to go in, get out, and come back. Just drop one on top of the rift. It would only contain the ones coming out of it, but the ones outside of the barrier would be the only ones you have to worry about. Therefore, lessening a burden.
It's certainly an option. Probably
Something like that. What? If we had something like that, best used in the caverns themselves. But the possibility. Well,
or
the
simply board the
possibility
ship.
Right.
It's something to discuss once we set our
it's good
roots
to
down
know.
somewhere, for sure.
Yes.
Agreed. We could also simply send missives to the other settlements. Those that gather supplies on their own will be sooner protected. We could make a list of the materials we require, and then need to spend less of our own energies on gathering them. It won't be perfect, and we should expect that we will need to do much of that work ourselves regardless, but even if a tenth of the aetherite that we require, go.
Strongly disagree with this. That just means the rich cities get to get their shields faster, not necessarily the ones that are vulnerable.
Not that they get to choose where we go next, but that when we arrive,
when we
we'll still
arrive.
choose our path.
My worry is if we do send out ones ahead of time, that they'll inflate their numbers because, well, obviously they're going to want the shield generator.
That is a good point.
We're not going to be choosing
If they
where
do,
we
then
go
we leave.
based on what they have. Trying to choose who needs it the most.
Alright, well, to avoid us going in circles, I do believe there are options. It seems we're decanting for the EAC, but I don't know if you'd have us discuss with our teams, Lieutenant.
It's probably a good idea.
Shall we reconvene at a later point today?
There is also, I believe, Lakewell Fort, which is between Flint and Kenville. It's often raided by the Palvandorians, but
I think it's the
with Kenville down.
They are still active.
Are they a massive food producer?
If Goldshore has fallen,
Has Culture fallen?
Goldshore, I believe, has fallen. Yes,
I
was that
believe
not
so.
one of our pieces of
Goldshore has fallen.
Goldshore has fallen.
Yes. I was speaking of Lakewell Fort.
Right.
But it speaks somewhat to where the Rift Beasts may have been, well, to a certain extent, maybe a number, but also may have been thinned prior. They will not have fallen
think-
without a fight.
Flames will be able to hold, and the fort is separated, sure, but I don't see the purpose of going there when we could go to Riker or Andreas and secure food supply for both Flens and the area in general. Plus, secure the area to the north.
I
Sure,
agree.
if we
There's also
wanted.
further path
But
of
we should
travel,
still
so
we should
38
still know all of our options.
There's also
So it
no
looks like most people are
guarantee.
looking at Andrin, Riker, Kahua, and potentially Beston Bay, but most people are looking
I'd
at
like to
Riker
voice that
and
this is
Andrin.
going to be a long campaign. Food is going to be a necessity, regardless.
Right. I suppose. Well, no. We wouldn't be able to. I was going to suggest northwestern Favira, but they're controlled by the Shades at the moment, so there would be no point in. Right. And we're not close enough to Rosa for that to be a matter. I think we're stuck in A6 for now.
Well,
I believe it would be best if we can ensure that secure settlements can all travel between, trade between. This is better than trying to create small pockets across half the world.
Yeah.
The only way we win is through unity. I agree with starting making bridges between places in that sense.
Agreed.
Start from here and start heading west.
Okay.
Go to Kulani as need be.
Alright.
Alright.
Then you mail.
The final point. Let's also consider these barriers, these first ones we deploy, kind of all, we'll say front lines. These are all where we're going to be trying to hold any kind of rift beasts or make sure places that stand. If we can secure Raikou and they're able to get their own forces to be able to push out to claim more land south. Eventually, once we've secured other locations, made sure places of import are secure, we can also start looking at placing newer front lines. Essentially checkpoints moving closer to rifts.
Right.
So for now, consider them a secure point and a front line as a temporary basis. Later on, they will be a safe haven fallback point if the worst happens.
I'd like to bring something up.
Is that everything, Lieutenant? Oh.
Something else. Say Palvindor stops using rift beasts against us, the people in charge of them step down or are, removed forcefully or what have you. Is it still on the table to help them?
If General Morgan gets taken out by some overzealous officer, there most certainly will be some sort of civil war to take her position. I do not know if in that chaos we would be able to come in and help anyone. At least not any more than we'd rather help some other places. But I am not against the possibility.
Alright, as long as we
there
can...
should be a generator at some point.
Yeah.
If Palvindorian's willing for a global ceasefire, then I am more than willing to help them.
Understood. I agree. There should be terms established.
And the more influence we have, the more we can push for that neutrality.
It seems
Right,
obvious
that
that they will
is-
not be one of our first several stops in any case.
It is, however, a good
So we
point
have
that
time
you brought.
for this.
Once this eastern side of Essex is both secure from rift beasts and in an alliance, it might very well it would definitely force Palvindor for one to retreat from Favira if they want to keep fighting. But it might force them into the table to a ceasefire or of some sort.
Very well then.
If Essex unites, Palvindor will follow.
And let's not forget, though, well, many of you were very young when the switch happened. Palvindor was not always Palvindor. There's a reason Flint goes from there all the way up to here. It was originally Flint's. Just a militarized section of it meant for fighting Drozen raiders and pushes over to Favira. Or holding off Favira on a few campaigns here. It's very possible there are several noble families who still hold more allegiance to Flint and the throne than the general. So if there is an opportunity for we'll say national ceasefire, they may have some internal push as well. Though they've probably been fairly quiet and biding their time. I doubt the general would
Very well.
take kindly to any internal dissidents.
So then I'm to understand that we are against helping Palvindor, and we are against giving them the schematics to the shield generator until they cease using rift beasts against their people and their general steps down. Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be a good start, yes.
We can discuss the particulars of that perhaps later.
I just want to make sure
I think that will be a
I have a
discussion.
Palvindorian on my team. I just want to make sure that things are clear enough.
Yes. The other reason to not bother with Palvindor for a bit is, as you've seen, they're able to field most of their soldiers with Apotec. They're already holding their borders very securely, versus EAC, Bindleberry, Flint's, where that is less. So,
I do believe this meeting has gone on quite long enough. Go to your teams, get their thoughts on where we should perhaps go. I will go into the city and start making purchases for supplies and we will be leaving this evening. This evening I'll hit the bell again for another very short captain's meeting where we can come in, place our votes for where we're going to go. And get out of here.
Understood, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
You're all dismissed.
Before you all go, just remember to take a look at the map so that you can give them all the options.
Remember, Riker, Besson Bay, and Kulani.
Get a very good look at it, LeFron. Very good look at it.
I've memorized it all by now. It's fine.
Yeah.
All right, go get out of my office. Shoo.
There's two of them. All right, Rowan, I'll inform you of what we discussed in the first half
Talia.
while we go scavenge.
Force my magic.
Can I speak to you?
Type.
Looks worth
Certainly.
liking.
Sonny, lead on.
Nature.
Just wanted to say that, I am sorry for any kind of misunderstanding. And, that I think you're doing a good job leading Ventus so far.
I appreciate it, Luca, though I will not be indirect with you. I still find it more credible that Umbra has not been honest. I think there are reasons for approaching Amber for selection for your team. That you lied to the new students, that you lied the Rift Beast threat.
When you're finished this, come to me. This is really important.
Understood. I'll be there.
What do you mean?
I have seen consistent dishonesty from Umbra. And I have seen and heard that you have mistreated those that are close to me.
What?
I do not believe you are an incapable leader. But I do not agree with many of the choices you've made, and I do not believe that I can rely upon Umbra to be honest with me.
Then, let's iron some of it out. I don't know what these accusations are. I guess let's start with Amber. What do you mean?
You sought Amber for your team because of her abilities.
Well, yeah.
Because of her skill in spellcasting. Yes.
Is that...
I am of the belief that all the captains here have regularly treated the unsorted like property to be traded back and forth. Like assets to be won and hoarded. They are people, and many of the people here have always failed to treat them that way. When we were new, do you remember when we stood in the warehouse, waiting for the captains, and they all came in and stood before us in a line, bickering over which of them would take which of us? They put us at auction.
As far as I remember, no one paid anything to have me on their team.
Not literally.
Well, how else do you get placed
But
on a
they
team?
decided what they wanted.
The way I see it is we pick people that work best with
You
our
meet
skill
the
sets.
people. And you had determined that you wanted Amber, based on her skills, not her person.
Well, not exactly, actually.
Luca, the Unsorted were made afraid by you and your team. That you lied to them about Angeal? That you concealed his occultic nature?
Well, what do I say? Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Umber. We have an occultist. Don't tell anyone?
It's not a secret. It at least can't be.
I was scared for him, okay?
You were asked, and it was hidden from... I understand that, but you have been dishonest, and I do not begrudge that you would have things to hide. But it erodes my trust.
Let me tell you what went through my head during that, okay? I learned that there's someone coming in who really doesn't like occult users. I just dealt with a team member who vanished without a trace. I don't know what secrets he took where, or if he did at all, or if he just went home. But what I do know is that at the end of the day, I am sworn to make sure that his occultic magic does not go out of control. And that he stays in line. And even if he does, at the end of it all, I might be asked to... You were saying to think of your teammates as people? Well... It's really hard not to.
Good.
Want to know the reason I really picked Amber for my team? Yeah, I picked her in part because she has powerful magic and we were lacking competent spellcasters. But to be honest, you'll probably think less of me for this. I was homesick and it was great to have someone that knew where we came from, knew what home was like, who I could talk to in our native tongue, who could understand. And she doesn't remember that anymore. She doesn't remember what home was like. She doesn't remember her family. But I haven't stopped treating her like a person for it.
My issue is not that you treat her this way now. I do not doubt that you care for your team deeply. You would not be so aggressive were that not the case. And that is how things should be. But I have garnered my impression of Umbra over time, based on many interactions. I do not agree with your treatment of Emma.
What do you mean my treatment of her?
Your pursuit of... For starters, your arranged marriage with Amber.
I didn't know about that until, like, a week ago.
Again, the timing is not my concern. It is that you were so concerned with your own person and your connection to your family that you did not care for her heart.
Emma's?
You went and bargained with the lion, your uncle or grandfather or whatever he was. You went and fought. What was he going to do? Make you? Was he going to drag you back home?
Well...
Because if not, you made a choice.
Emma said that...
You decided to fight, and instead of just doing what you wanted and what your heart tells you, and fighting for the woman that you care about...
But I did do that. That's why I fought my uncle.
Your family is more important to you than Emma was.
I fought my uncle for her, so that we could...
And if it were me, I would simply discard them.
Discard them?
Anyone who wishes to make me choose in such a way between the person that I care about they are not friend or family of mine. The people that care for me would never ask that of me.
What if the survival of your family depended on it?
I don't care about the survival of my family. There is very little that I find more loathsome in the world than my surname. My family's dead.
Well, I'm sorry that your family's not here anymore.
They were terrible people when they were alive.
And I don't know what to say.
There needn't be anything said. I do not think that you are evil for the decisions you have made. But I disagree with the ones that you have. You've quarreled with Lothario. From what I heard, you attacked him at the gala.
Yeah. And...
Find me someone who is close to me, who you have not wronged, Luca. And then tell me that I shouldn't believe your lieutenant when she tells me what the Palvindorians said as well. She was in complete concert with them. She was not in any way uncertain.
She was out of line.
And she was out of line. She told me the same thing they did. And all you're telling me is that she should not have said anything.
Those professors were with me and they
How am I
backed
to
up
believe you?
my side of the events. Do you not believe them either?
I have not generally found the professors to be reliable. And I do not know exactly what happened there. But what I do know is that the story of those that is closest aligned with Palvindor, you and Lucia, that which was told to me by them, that was consistent. How? Explain to me why I should believe you, Luca, from what I have told you.
Because we fought together
Truly.
so many times. If I wanted to wrong you, wouldn't I have done it while you were vulnerable? While we were fighting or camping or whatever else? I don't, or
You
lie,
think that the
I
fact
don't...
that we are comrades in arms means that I should trust you. I don't trust several people here.
Well, then I don't know what can be done.
How can I? Trust is not rebuilt in a conversation. I am not going to lie to you. You deserve better than that. I do not believe you. I hope, I truly do, that I will be proven wrong. And I will not let this come in the way of aiding those that fight alongside us.
Neither will I.
Is that enough for now?
Yeah.
Then thank you, Captain Luca.
What are y'all standing around for?
Wait on you.
Teams are gathering up to hear about the news in the meeting.
Yeah.
We were sent up for you, Captain.
Okay. Long story short, everyone gave their side of the events to the Chancellor, or the Lieutenant rather. There's still some unresolved tension there, but for the most part, everyone's on the same page. From what we've gathered, I was trying to make a bridge and I didn't realize it was already sort of burned.
Captain, what does that mean?
Nothing. It's not important for now. What's important is that we get a few facts on the table. This institution's mission is to defeat the rifts, put an end to it all, and save the world.
Always has been.
Right. So we came to some agreements in there. We will aid anyone that needs our help in service of protection against rifts and rift beasts. And we will not aid those who use rift beasts or the rifts as tools against other nations, other peoples, or their own people. We also...
Captain.
Yeah.
Some very specific bullshit.
Yeah.
Not to mention, the only person who ever says that people are controlling the rift beasts to throw them at is certainly Vesper, which, at the end of the day, he has no proof whatsoever.
I mean, you might as well speak plainly. What they're basically saying is we'll help anyone except for Palvandarians.
That's what they're saying.
Do you have another reason why they had a brigade full of captured rift beasts and they've been ferrying them back and forth?
We've captured rift beasts.
Not an entire...
Only because we couldn't.
And what about Riftwatch? They watched Beston Bay burn and did nothing. And then they swooped in to take the city once the rifts had consumed the population and its defenders.
When did they... As far as I'm aware, they only left, that's it. When did they go in and take it?
Do we have that bulletin somewhere?
I don't remember, but as far as I'm aware, they just ran. That's it.
Down by the camp?
This is all news to me. I need to know these things if you guys know differently.
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the outside world. I only know what I saw. I saw them cut down people in cold blood, Captain. And now they're trying to justify it with this changing the mission. You know, I don't have a lot of memories, but I don't remember anything about Rosewood being there to fight people who use rift beasts. We'd be fighting ourselves.
I'm the one trying to bring them back around to the mission. They all couldn't care less if we fought Palvandor. Most of them, anyway. Including our lieutenant.
Then they're traitors.
What was that about with Ventus? What were they? Why did they call you a liar?
Apparently I've wronged them, and whatever you told them about our deal lined up with what Palvandor told them, so they think that I'm lying when I say that the deal was simply for schematics in exchange for recognized neutrality.
Over the yelling, they were blasting out certain things that I did not shut down, and that is on me. But they didn't do a lot of putting the words in my mouth and saying that's what it was. And I tried to come to a deal where they would not immediately attack Palvandor and told them that they are going to storm the kingdom anyway. The land's going to be theirs. They're not going to stop until it's done anyway. It should have not been our business, and they made it our business. And they instead followed them into there, still caused problems.
So are you saying that Talia lied to me? Or that they misrepresented it?
I don't think
well, she has to find some way to defend her team, doesn't she? Was her team involved in the slaughter?
There was a lot of yelling.
I saw them.
I know. But at that point, wouldn't we also have to get mad at the lieutenant? Wouldn't we also have to get mad at Lumen?
I am mad at Lumen and the lieutenant. I've had kind words for Vesper. He's basically my brother.
Well, all that aside for now, anyway. We're deciding on where to go next. We have 3 locations. We have 3 locations pinpointed. The southeast area of the EAC where Riker is, north of Kenvale. There's a lot of farmland there. It's fairly defensible. It's close to Flens, which means it's a place that if we can secure its food supply for the rest of the world. There's Beston Bay, which is lost, but there might still be holdouts and stragglers. Right now, the idea... Oh, there's a third option. Well, Kulani. In the south, my family has, you know... They have their etheric mines. If we can take them back, I can ensure that we get a portion of aetherite always flowing in. For now, it seems like the general consensus is on quickly flying to Beston, evacuating who we can, and then going down to Riker to secure the food supply. We have enough funding to do that. We're not immediately hurting for aetherite supplies, and if we do need more aetherite, we can buy it with our apparently large sum of gold we just have laying around. But
my question is, what would be the smartest thing to do? Sorry. If we do go and help Riker, do we actually have enough things to actually make another shield?
Apparently,
Other than
yeah.
that, do we actually have another...
Well...
What's
We do?
Riker? What's the EAC?
So the EAC is the conglomerate of cities, including Flint and those south of us. Other than that... is Norndale part of the EAC?
No, I don't believe so.
What?
Oh, okay.
It's Goldshore, Riker, Kenvale, and Ardvin, I think. The city that's by.
Didn't I?
Goldshore.
Yeah, Goldshore's apparently fallen, so... Riker right now, and the neighboring city next to it, whatever it's called, are stable and they have
I don't
farmland.
really understand it. So we're gonna go be mercenaries for these people?
No.
No. We'd be coming in to actually aid and support them while the Rift Beasts have been attacking.
The goal right now, the long-term
Basically,
goal...
what we'd be doing is actually helping people rather than killing.
Right, and the long-term goal is to get enough nations that have at least one shield that they recognize us as a dependable force and as a neutral force. And that way we're not reliant on a single political faction's ideals.
Where's Palvandar? Is that far from here?
Palvandar's far to the west, on the other side of the continent.
I wonder how they would feel about helping Palvandar with a shield. Would they say no?
As long as there's the notion of that they're using Rift Beasts to attack people, then no.
Oh, Captain.
Biased. All I'm gonna say is they know what they're doing, and they know what they're wanting to weasel their way into. Now, did we send them the schematics? Did we give them the schematics like we said we would?
As far as I'm understanding, the deal is currently on pause.
So we don't want to help everyone?
No. They don't.
Did they talk about pay, Captain?
Pay? You mean for us?
Yeah, for us.
As in Rosewood paying us, or...
Yeah, Rosewood paying us. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? We're hardly at school anymore.
It's a good point.
I mean, I'm sure you can actually ask them, and they'd probably give you a little bit. Of course, don't ask for like, oh, I don't know, 5,000 gold coins, but you can probably ask for like 25.
25 is a lot of money, but maybe like...
It's the principle of
You
it,
get
I
my
mean-
meaning of you can probably ask. You don't have to... Yeah.
You'll probably be
So
told
what
if
about the
you're...
lieutenant? Are they stepping down?
No.
Do they recognize that they've lost the confidence of so many people?
I've made them aware of such. But... I don't exactly have backing in there.
No.
And to be honest, I don't...
You should have at least let me in. I would have talked their ear off. Maybe that's not the smartest idea.
No, they'll hang you. They might still.
True.
You do what they say, or they kill you. That seems to be the Rosewood way.
It didn't used to be. I'm sure Mordred, or Professor Bombadil, or even Professor Octavian would not agree with this. Same with Professor Octaris. So at least we have most of the school board actually there with us.
They were mostly quiet during the meeting. The only other person who was really opposed to the actions of yesterday was Solus. And they just said he was, I don't know. Basically.
Did they call him delusional? I'm not saying he is delusional. I'm actually asking if they did. They're delusional. If anything, Tally should shut their mouth. She's run off on more occasions, ditched her team, and caused multiple problems with her fellow teammates. She has no right to speak on any issues.
She's got the
She's gotten almost plenty of people to kill. Yeah. She used to have my respect for a little bit, but she certainly lost it how fast she decided to jump on anything anybody was saying.
And Jill, what do you think?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about any of this. Personally, if it were that easy, I'd just say stick to our job. Anyone who tries to get in the way, push them aside.
What job do you have, Angel? What's your job?
Defeat the rift beasts, close the rifts, save the world. Save everyone in the world.
Do you disagree with that?
That's your job. No, I just think
it's a big goal.
Why is
it
us?
Sounds delusional.
Because there's no one else. No one else that's made progress like this.
Why do they get to decide for us that it's us? It's that we save the world, we destroy the enemies of whoever controls Rosewood. We don't get a say, and if we do anything wrong, we get killed, and we don't even get paid.
I'm sorry, I wish I could...
Vesper certainly hurt a lot of students.
Yeah, I wish I could be a better advocate for you guys, but my brain's always so foggy in these things.
You were probably the sanest person in that room.
I don't know, sometimes
I mean, you walked out alive.
Sometimes I feel like I'm not really the best fit for this role.
Why's that?
Not the time to be doubting yourself, Captain.
Well, every time I leave a meeting, I don't know, I just feel like I never have good news for you guys. And then you ask me questions, what about this and what about that? And I hadn't even thought about it.
That's not your fault. They probably did that for a reason. Our team was
You
the
probably
most
don't have good news
against everything
because
that
they don't want to
did.
give us any. You don't think about it because you shouldn't have to.
They know what they're supposed to be doing, and if they want to fail their job and fail their position, then that's on them.
I did get
That's
one
not on
thing
you.
through.
Hmm?
We're going to be looking at standard operating procedures. Basically, how you should react to certain conflicts and individuals. Hi, Sonny, do you need something?
Yes. I needed Angel. The people who had interacted with the Golden Dwarves are going to the grotto, and we're going to be having a discussion, apparently. I think Varys wanted to pull everyone over there. But if you're in the middle of something important, he can...
Go ahead, Angel.
Right.
Just watch yourself.
Leading the way.
Did she just say that he touched the orb?
Did she?
Yes.
Well, they said everybody that was touched the golden orb is going to the grotto, and he was invited specifically.
Meaning that Angel's touched the orb.
Okay. Another thing I know nothing about. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, the floating orbs that we're told not to touch, and that half of them touched it.
Captain, it's fine. He didn't touch the bad one.
What I was going to say...
Should have seen the lieutenant with tentacles coming out of her.
Wait, did she touch the purple one?
She touched the orb.
I can only assume that someone said it. I remember walking by and someone said it.
I was told that that the lieutenant touched the abyssal orb and opened her abyssal gate and something...
I can tell you.
Something like that.
The lieutenant tried talking to it, and she held her hand out, and it went into her hand. She was then later seen in the dream that me, Yuki, Murtesh were here all in. And currently, from what I've found out today, my world well is completely... Yes. My world well is completely blocked off now. I don't use it, though. So...
If you see the purple one, you can say Jordana and it'll disappear.
Jordana?
Jordana. Like the god.
Okay.
Which one is that?
The god of the sun. I think. I'm not sure. I haven't learned a lot about that one. I prefer Quam.
Wait, you remember the gods?
Only the ones that Vesper taught me about when I was here.
Oh, okay.
So, to get this straight, the plan is to go up to Beston Bay to see if there's survivors, help those survivors out, come back down to Riker, and then...
Establish a barrier in Riker. Protect as much farmland as possible to ensure the start of some food supply.
Who takes over if the lieutenant dies?
Say again?
Who takes over if the lieutenant dies?
I don't know. A suggestion I have, which is something that's not gonna need to be... It's gonna take several weeks probably to iron out, is standard operating procedure. Essentially establishing what is and is not allowed by Rosewood students, or rather cadets, as well as professors and others. On top of
So,
that,
like what? Threatening Valvendorians right away?
the details
Mocking them?
will be figured out. And I think the best way to get it taken care of is to also have a triumvirate established.
Ask if they'll pay us.
I can ask if they'll pay us. Though they do give us all free room, board, and food. Already.
Well, it's more so of a team. I'd say, why not a team
Stipend?
amount?
Army guess.
Kinda.
I could
Because then
see
it
about
would
a
be
team
for any
stipend.
supplies that the team needs.
Sure.
I don't want a stipend, I want pay.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, please.
Well, as long as we've got a plan, then that's what I care about right now.
Yeah, I'm just...
My family are in Riker, so I want to make sure they're okay.
Alright then. Does anyone object? Have any other ideas?
Not of current.
What does this mean for us?
For Umbra?
For the marriage.
Sorry, repeat.
For the
For
marriage, Captain.
Oh. I don't know. Well, my uncle said that when we're done campaigning, that's when well, you know, we're supposed to be, you know.
Should I leave? I feel like I should.
It's fine. You're okay.
Explain to them. Okay then. It's your embarrassing family.
It's not.
Isn't yours a part of it?
I didn't. Is my family a part of it?
Yeah, of course. They have to come to an agreement. It's not like we can just say, hey, my son's marrying your daughter.
It's the head of the families.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, it might have been the Quills that came forward first.
I'm not sure.
Is that true?
I don't know. I don't know who proposed it.
I don't think I have parents anymore. Or at least that's what I was telling people, unless I was lying.
Well, what do you have? Grandparents?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't remember any of this.
So it's likely our grandparents met and decided to strengthen our bonds.
I talked to some people. They said that probably it was my family would get money. No, your family would get money because my family is rich, or probably is rich. And in return, my family would get a noble title, something like that.
That makes sense.
I mean, combining two big houses normally leads to what is it called? It makes them prosper more than anything else. Gives them a better fighting chance of anything. At least that's how it is with nobility. I don't know about fully with your customs.
It's more or less the same.
I'm gonna go train.
Okay, sure.
If you need me.
It's an arranged marriage. We don't have those kinds of feelings for each other.
My condolences on that then.
Thanks.
I don't really know what else to say to that other than my condolences.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
I did ask around as well, by the way, when we were at the ball. I asked the noble people here about, like, how would you get out of an arranged marriage, and most people recommended killing you. Then if they didn't recommend that, the second option was running away and changing my identity. But I don't have any money because they don't pay us, so I can't do that.
That's why you want to get paid?
I mean, I also just...
If you really are against this, we'll find a way to stop it. You don't need to change your identity. You don't need to run away. You don't need to kill me.
I don't need to kill you. That's good. I don't think I could win in a stand-up fight, but maybe when you're sleeping.
But...
I'm joking.
Look.
I'm obviously not going to kill you. I'm not going
I
to do that.
I know.
Who do you think I am? A member of Ventus?
Well,
oh, true. Or Lumen.
Okay, alright. Let's not start that whole thing.
What, that they're cold-blooded killers?
I mean, they kinda are. They blatantly disregarded their oath. That is what they are.
From what I understand, they gave the soldiers ample warning to leave. The soldiers tried to fire on the barrier.
Oh, Captain.
5 seconds is
You were
not-
there with me. You saw them. They surrounded them and they cut them down brutally.
I couldn't tell who attacked who first. It was all chaotic.
In all technicality, the Duke struck first.
Well, then it's Norendal, and we were forced to defend ourselves.
And then the Rosewood
Except
people
the
ran in.
Pavendorians tried to defend themselves and then got cut down for it. That's what they failed to mention with that.
I watched Yuki stab a man in the back. He didn't have his weapon up.
Would you two want to relay your reports to the lieutenant?
She's not gonna
I'd
listen
rather
to me,
get
and she's
paid
not gonna
and then
listen to
desert.
her.
So maybe just work on getting us paid so we can escape.
If you want to leave, I can write to my grandfather. He can arrange for you to leave.
And they'll just let me leave?
They can't keep you here. We've been told multiple times if we
They
want to
won't.
leave, we can.
Well, I'll just walk outside. I'll just walk outside the shield and die at sundown, I guess. Yeah, some
How about
choice.
if we do drop in Kalani, if you can wait it out? You can hop off there.
Yeah.
Safe and sound.
I'm gonna go east. I need to find like an atlas or a book of politics or something.
It's all confusing, huh? Realizing how many people manipulate the situation to justify their means.
It shouldn't be this complicated.
You're right. They all have their goals.
I don't know what I'm doing here anymore.
To be frank, I think you're the only person that does. Not that you may feel it yourself, but you try to stand up for what's right, more than other leaders. You're more level-headed when it comes to more things, more understanding. You put your best foot forward. It's not our fault that the people in charge fail. And I mean fail to delegate what they are doing or what they are planning to everybody instead of just one.
I don't know, Lucia. We've mitigated this rift, the collapse of the city. That's good. This is a good start. But I don't know how much longer I can take any of this. I don't have the stomach for it. Politics, at least ones like this. The broad strokes are fine, but I can't live a life where everyone around me is lying to me or telling me a different version of the truth. Sometimes I'm not even sure if that person's myself doing that. And it's just all so far from where it was. What even is the truth?
I don't know.
And now, the things that I've come to enjoy here. People that I care about. I don't know. Just feel like every day we get worse. More anger, more bitterness, more attempts to try and destabilize this place, and for what? I thought...
Some sense of pride. That's why I keep mentioning our oath. When we joined, we had an oath. We told them what we would do, and we told them our goals. And most of them are throwing it away. For what? What was the point in coming here if you're just gonna fall back to what you were before?
Just feel like we're so close to splintering.
Maybe we avoided it. Maybe now there's a cast on it. Who knows? Only time will tell. And only if they are willing to listen more often than not, and not just betray their own means.
Not gonna lie, Lucy, I think about home a lot.
As much as some others don't. How much?
I had a dream last night that I was back home and I was a kid again, and I was running around the fields back at, you know, my family's old estate. I dreamt that I grew up there, that everything was peaceful and normal and the rifts never opened up. Dreamt that I had a wife, I had kids. I woke up and none of it was true. And I just thought to myself, I don't want to die without living a real life. All we do is fight. Most of the time, all we're doing is fighting each other. I could just go home. I could have a life, at least for a little while. It's weak. Selfish. It is weak and selfish.
It's not. I will say, Luca, that it has been a gift meeting you. If I was not put on your team, I'm sure I would be as bad as Lumen, maybe even as bad as Ventus. Bad as anybody else here. Standing on that stupid beach with all of you, thinking that if I just did my job, everything will go right. And as far as I'm aware, it hasn't. The only reason Umbra is sticking together in the first place was because of your leadership. Please don't forget that. And maybe it is. After a certain time, I can't say anything for myself. I have years, years and years and years, and you have none. So at the end of the day, if you want to go home, then maybe that's the right choice. Maybe it's not. The issue is, would you regret it? Would you regret not helping? Would you be able to sleep at night knowing that you could have stopped something? And if Rosewood fails before it even reaches Kalani? What if a rift opens up inside the shields? And hey, at least at the end of the day, if we do succeed, and you do live, you have a home to go back to. For probably a few years, you'll have it good.
Fucking Rin. I think Lieutenant?
Umbra Captain, I have been made aware that that an individual on your team has threatened Captain Murphy. I need you to deal with this situation.
Which cadet, sir?
Why did they threaten?
And yeah, what are the details?
They threatened Captain Murphy because they were claiming that he was a murderer and that he murdered that Palvandorian soldier because he was shot. It was your...
Amber.
Her name? Yes. The one who held the sword to my throat, yes. At the very least, I would like her disarmed for the rest of the trip until something can be done to deal with her.
Sir, from what I understand, there's a differing version of events that my cadets have seen. I personally was not able to, I guess, get a handle on what happened during that whole thing, but it would be worthwhile to hear Lucia's point of view for things. I can go handle him, or I can go handle Amber. Would you be willing to give your point of view to the lieutenant?
Sure.
Would you be willing to hear her out, Lieutenant?
Willing to listen?
Then I'll go grab Amber. Where is she? Have you seen Amber?
No, I have not, I'm afraid. I assume it's about... Well,
yeah.
You've been updated, I assume.
Yeah. Don't do the Amber, get back here right now. Whoa, the snow really melted. She's not on the ship. I don't think she'd leave the barrier. Amber? Amber. Solus, have you seen Amber?
No. Last I saw of anything of them, I think they went to the top of the airship. Something about threatening someone for stealing a chicken, I think?
Oh, okay.
Was not having this.
Poor Tickle. He's having some issues. She wouldn't be in here.
Professor of mass
Amber.
Professor of... Yeah, what? I was just joking.
Of course.
You cannot pull weapons and threaten members of staff, no matter how you feel about them.
Who did I threaten that was a member of staff?
Captain Pumpkin Patch said Lieutenant said you drew a blade on him?
I didn't pull a weapon on him. I did not draw a blade on him.
Or was
Captain.
it just threatening?
I just told him to get lost.
Is that true?
I was trying to find out where my chicken was.
What?
And this one didn't like it very much. I was looking for my lost chicken. They said a rabbit Svierka had it, so I was asking Emma. And he got up on my face and I told him to get lost.
Is that all you said to him?
I was like this close to calling him out for a duel, but I figured he wouldn't like that. Mild threatening. It was mild threatening. It wasn't even that threatening.
No more threats, veiled or otherwise. Okay? I've been asked by the Chancellor to disarm you.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I pulled a blade on the Chancellor.
Yeah.
Yeah, not today.
And by the way, you said you were very clear that you would only follow my instructions. Or she, rather. I told him that you were under the professor's command to protect the prisoners. It was something like that, right?
Yeah, Professor Actaris, right?
Yeah, he didn't... Well, the Chancellor, the Lieutenant, didn't really believe it.
I don't care what the Lieutenant believes.
Just know going forward, it's likely to be more strictness against any kind of threats against members of the staff or of Rosewood. Just be mindful with your words. I don't want...
Did you talk about pay?
We haven't had a chance yet. Amber, can I ask you a question?
Yes, Captain.
Up here. Do you feel like I treat you like a person?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Do you feel like you're just stuck here? Do you feel like I'm making you be here?
Well, it's not really you, Captain, respectfully, although the whole being betrothed thing is sort of like a chain on a chain. And it was made very clear to us that if we step out of line, we'll get killed. And I don't have anywhere to go. And I certainly can't leave now. I go back to Kalani and wait for you to come back, just to be married to you, sit in some country house. Those are my options.
Do you feel like I treat you all right?
That's a complicated question, Captain. Let me ask you something. Do you think... Do you think of me as just another soldier who is eventually just going to be your trophy wife? Is that... I mean, I'm not saying that that's inaccurate. That seems to be the way everyone else treats me, so...
No, that's not the way I see you, and I've already told you. You don't have to. We'll figure out a way.
I have thought about this a lot. If I leave, and I go back to Kalani, and I can somehow find my family, without knowing what they look like, somehow explain the fact that I don't remember any of them or anything. If I get past all of that, then I'm still stuck, betrothed to you. So you said my family are doing it. And everyone I've talked to said there is no way out. I mean, aside from killing you or running away.
There's another option. I challenged my uncle for the right to choose whether or not I wanted to be married. Him as an agent of
I heard you lost.
Yeah. But as far as my uncle's concerned, it never happened. He said if I want to try again when I'm stronger, I can. I'll win the duel. I'll call off the wedding. We can still be allies. We're comrades in arms after all. We've already been through hell. I know you've got my back and I'll always have yours. Our grandparents won't like it, but... well... it won't be their choice anymore.
Do you know why I came here, Captain?
It was to get...
Why I first came to Rosewood?
to get your curse fixed, right?
Yeah. And now I don't even know why I wanted to do that. And I'm trapped here. I've accepted my lot in life. But that also means that I'm probably gonna end up getting killed. The longer I stay here, the more likely it is that happens. Either by Rift Beast or by the people here. That would save you a lot of hassle. No? Grim humor, not your thing?
Oh, it was a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Fuck. Can you promise me independence, that I can do what I like? You're not gonna force me to do what we had to do? I can't live like that. I can't spend the rest of my life having to stand one step behind you and to the side as you go around to different events and talk pleasant to people and eat food that's too sweet. Wine that's frankly too fancy. If you promise I don't have to do that, then maybe when we go back to Kalani, we can go ahead and do it for your family.
How about this? After I go back and defeat my uncle, I'll let you choose then.
Okay. I mean, apparently my family's the one with money, so I guess it would be you losing out, but...
That doesn't matter to me.
That's a joke. I'm joking. I'm joking with you. Captain, I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not very good at the whole... what do they call it? Delivery.
Yeah, me neither. God. Our kid would be completely devoid of humor.
Oh, you landed that one. We're not having children.
That is kind of funny.
Happen.
Wait, what? Oh, what? Well, yeah, if we don't get married. Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna need to find a way not to get myself killed.
Well, time to learn a 4th level shroud.
I somehow think that's not going to help me if the rest of Rosewood is intent on killing me.
Come with me. I'm going to opt in to learn how to make these things. If the worst comes to worst and we have to flee for your safety or mine.
These things? Oh.
We'll make sure that we're safe.
Fine. Knowing the way they work here, they'd probably ask you to do the executing anyway, so...
That was a joke?
No, that wasn't a joke.
Oh.
Sadly, probably wasn't a joke. That one, not a joke. I think that's probably what they would do. I mean, don't you? Does that not seem like...
Executing who? It's not gonna happen.
Fine. Hold my spear. If we have to fight again, I'll just go take it off you. And I will promise not to carry any bladed weapons around, and any fights I get into will be purely with my fists.
Keep a knife on you at all times.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Captain.
Concealed.
Okay.
You can tell them it was an order from me. If anyone asks. I ordered all of Umber to carry backup. No, that's not gonna fly.
I have an idea. I have a favor I can call in.
Hmm?
The less you know, the better.
It's not anything that's gonna get you in hot water, is it?
Of course it's gonna get me in hot water. That's why I'm not telling you.
Amber?
Only if I'm caught.
What do you mean, only if you're caught? Whoa, okay. You have... Okay, look. You can't get to the point where I have to escape with you before I learn how to make this.
Fine, then I'm not gonna carry a blade with me.
Fine. Do you have another way to make sure that you're safe? Non-lethal way?
I have a third circle shroud.
Yeah, but...
I have a spell I haven't used in a long time that can daze and confuse someone. Maybe I can...
There we go.
Work on improving that one.
Alright then. For now, we just test the waters, figure it out.
I'll keep a low profile. I'll stock up on some food that's not gonna go off. Some blankets, other items, and I'll keep them stowed away just in case.
And no going off on people, no
And I'll
calling
start
people
scavenging
murderers,
for money.
no threatening.
I'll do my best, Captain.
Okay.
If you can get that stipend, that'll work in our favor, I guess.
Yeah. Alright, then. Good luck out there.
Oh, fuck. The chicken is in the pot. Okay. I'm gonna go look after that. If you want some soup, I'll bring it down to Umber Dorm later.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the gifted sub. Protect Chain, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the resub, Gold Horde. 3 months. Traveler, thank you for the follow. Amber's such a card, man. We gotta find Monty.
This whole situation is for you to understand that maybe because some people have biases against Palvindor, not to, accept whatever they say is truth. Because that's not always the case, and it not always will be the case. And I know you probably have something against Palvindor, considering you were a prisoner and tortured. But as far as I'm aware, if you keep making these rash decisions, flat out, you're going to doom us all to the same fate.
Rash decisions. You do understand that I walked the Palvindorians directly into that city because they had said that you brokered a deal for neutrality? And I accepted that until they shot one of our allies, until they threatened our shield generator, until they positioned us in a position where we were siding with them.
Lieutenant?
And yet, you say you did, but they were always stopped by, I don't know, any of the other people here that you were in charge of that you could have stopped and let them die to the guards inside, considering it was so little. Except you don't think those guards would have survived, do you? If Palvindor decided to actually siege it.
You're completely bypassing the part where they shot our ally, threatened our greatest asset, broke the neutrality.
I'm not saying that
you so brokered.
They are not in the wrong.
I'm not sure then what the problem is.
The
What's your
problem is
actual
you still
argument?
making rash decisions.
What was my rash decision?
You had a chance to talk to them before and actually explain our situation, and you've had plenty of situations where you could have talked to any of the other kingdoms, sent out notes, and anything again, and yet you did not. Why? Because you wanted to keep some military secrets?
Because we didn't have anything.
That does not matter. It is still... We had plans, right? Were you just going to assume they were immediately going to fail?
We didn't have plans. We didn't have
For the
plans.
generator? Of course
Our
we had
plans
for the
was to get
generator.
the generator up and running. To do everything we could to get it
Terrace,
up and
don't
running.
leave me, dude.
So was the plan not later to give the schematics out or even help any of it? Or were you going to leave Palvindor out that entire time?
Because we were focusing on the bigger issue. I have been here for a few weeks. Am I supposed to show up and have all the answers while also juggling all of this bullshit?
I mean, you took the job, didn't you?
Yes. I'm trying to do my job.
Then you know what the job is, correct?
Yes.
So then what is the job?
To save the fucking world.
Is that it?
Yes.
What is saving the world in claim?
Look up.
No. I want a list.
A list. Oh, I'm sorry if I had a perfect numbered list.
Stopping the rift beasts and protecting everybody. Everybody. Stopping the rifts and closing them and finding a way to close them. Right now, yes, we did have the first goal right here and we finished it. Congrats. But the fact that you couldn't even give me a list is asinine.
I didn't know you wanted the most broad list in the world. Of
The
course
broad
it's
list in the
defeat
world?
Rift Beasts. Yes.
Yes, because that's all our job is. To save everybody we can. That does not mean we're going to save everybody. People are going to die anyway. They're going to die to rift beasts. Our job is to slow that down. Well, apparently
I don't
you
know
don't,
what you're
because you'd
trying
rather
to argue
sacrifice
with
all
me
of us to Pathfinders. I'm trying to argue that maybe you should think before you speak and maybe actually realize that you're ahead of this school who's done amazing things. We have... Their magical capabilities are far beyond most people's. And we've done this so fast. We at least have some political standings in some areas. Why? Because we have tried to broker deals, tried to reach that certain point. So do not stomp on what other people have created and actually build on top of it.
Still don't know what your actual problem is. You keep saying I was rash, and then all you're bringing up is that I gave some back chat to some Palvindorian scouts that had snuck onto our
Not
land.
just backchat, you lied to them. Let's not forget that.
And why did I owe them the truth?
Why did you owe them the truth?
Yes.
Why did you owe them the truth?
Yes, we
Do
had
we have
a
any-
military force come onto our
Mhm.
land, fully armed, unannounced.
And then they also talked and chatted with us full-heartedly and decided to deal with actual civil conversation. So tell me how a military force, at least coming to actually talk to a neutral party, Or did you forget the part of that we're still neutral even if we're helping another kingdom?
Do you
Or even they
really
had
think
looks.
they came to talk?
I do. Because honestly, they could have killed you
In
and
the
your
middle of the
slave.
night?
They could have killed any of us. Yes.
While sneaking?
We were all still up, were we not? Oh, and even if they were caught, it's still a chance, was it not?
What do you think would have happened if we hadn't spotted them?
I'm gonna find Monty.
Well, if Monty actually had listened to me, I told him to place people on that ship. How about let's not leave a ship that we made and stole by all technical terms unguarded, unprotected. And if they did attack, you were full well bound to kill.
So we can only defend ourselves.
What? Oh, so defending this. Okay. So what I'm hearing is you want to be able to attack him if you still feel the need. Understood.
Yes.
You've got to be stupid. You are mad at Palvindor for attacking when they have... Oh, absolutely. You're getting mad at Palvindor for attacking first, right?
No. Back up.
No. I will say this right now. If you
want me
I want you to defend
to,
yourself.
if I feel the need, just not do anything. Even if I feel the need for violence, to not do anything?
Yes! That's the whole point
Oh,
of being
okay.
neutral.
Okay. All right,
Oh no, this is
And unless
bad.
they are attacking you,
So I
then
might as well just
defend
not be
yourself.
here then. Because I feel the need to be here. I feel the need to
Okay,
do
you
whatever
feel the
I
need to be
can
here.
to help.
Do whatever
The crunch
you
is
can to
here.
help,
Oh
right?
God.
Yes.
So, here's the difference that I'm asking. Is killing Palvindorians before they attack you by any means protecting what we do here?
If I feel like I need to make that decision, then yes.
So we're just supposed to trust your judgment and not the judgment of anybody else here, right?
Yes.
So you were hired to do a certain job and you were feeling the need to attack Palvindor before when we're a neutral party and we're allies with them?
We are not allies with Palvindor. Never were.
Even if we're not allies, they were still funding us at different points.
No, a mercenary group from Palvindor is funding us. It's very different than the actual military.
Still, even in the end, you attacking first is not neutral either.
Them coming on our lands unannounced is not neutral. That is an aggressive
but
act.
again, if we would have been well guarded, there wouldn't have been an issue, would there?
I think we're running in circles now. Are we? Has the
Plus,
report
if you're
been
willing
given?
to kill those three, how about the rest of them? Yes, there's been plenty enough that they didn't really care. They've only agreed with a few points and then left it at that. They were a prisoner for Palvindor for 7 years. At this point, they're dirt.
Lucia, do not
And I
speak
say
to a
dirt
commanding
because
officer
they're
that way.
biased.
Despite your beliefs, they're still your commanding officer.
Until they can prove that they can, maybe.
Then at least obey my commands, and for now, we'll put this to rest, okay?
Before this circles around too much, Lieutenant. Lafron, 2 points. One is Lafron needs to speak to you. There's a mercenary that he's wanting to have hired in to...
Umbra's going rogue, dude. Fuck.
The other one is Pippin is no longer with us.
What happened to him?
I believe it was a decision on his part. Kier made sure to check with him several times. However, they have gathered up enough mana using the beginnings of the shallowing in that glen they're forming. Pippin has agreed to go with Kier and cross into the Lumen. And when I say cross, I do not mean crossover to say Terra or any of the other planes. I mean he has entered the Lumen itself, the stepping stone between us and the others and the realm of spirits.
It's worth me
Okay.
coming on for goodbyes.
Well, First of all, I thought you meant he was dead. But if he's just staying behind,
You have a
then
little
that's
more
his
time at
decision.
least.
I need to get this shit moving.
Serious. Yes. Go.
Alright.
I need to find Monty before the meeting. Are you alright?
All her excuses was, oh, it doesn't matter, it's Palvindor. Or, oh, what was I supposed to do? Or, oh, what's wrong about mocking and lying to Palvindorians? Oh, what's this? She sees no wrong with what she's done. She can't think of any other method. And do I fully blame her? No. But at the same time, that is her choice. She came here for a reason. I hope she at least fulfills that reason.
That's the meeting.
Yes, that's a warning to get everyone together. I believe there may still be a few who are hanging out at Glen.
Did we ever get our personal effects from Umber Camp?
We got everything.
Okay.
Yep, I made sure to run down there. We did a double run.
Good. Thanks.
You should tell him where his sword is.
Oh, right. The bed's where we woke up this morning.
Thanks. Guys, if
where we decided we're moving to.
well, we're gonna stop off at Beston Bay, I think. There's gonna be one
How
final
about any
meeting
survivors?
for confirmation, and then it's off we go. After that, we land in Riker, where we'll set up a barrier. If things have changed after the meeting, I'll be sure to let you guys know. But if worse comes to worse, and this starts falling apart, or they're too astray, and if we can't refocus on the mission, I want you guys to know that you guys can come with me and Ember back to Kalani, or we can help you get to your homes.
Great. Keep it in mind.
Of course.
In the meantime, Lucy, I had a question for you. Would you be willing to help me make improvements to my sword?
What do you mean?
Well, you've got that magic, right? And when I was fighting those rift beasts, I thought, man, wouldn't it be great if I had a bigger sword? So...
It doesn't necessarily make the sword bigger. It'll still weigh the same. You're just moving the metal around.
well, what if we gave you more metal?
If it is the same type, and technically I can, but it's a little different than you're thinking.
How do you mean?
So I could take what the blade weighs now and make it slightly bigger, but it'll be more prone to either bend or anything else because you're not exactly supporting the structure of what it was made to be. And if we did give more iron into it, it would have to be melted and even the blade melted down to be reformed.
That's fine.
Since you're adding more than anything else.
I figured we could combine it.
The whole reason I had to have this made is with a bigger pommel and everything else, so I could have more in it.
I was thinking of melting this down as well. Disassembling the Aethertech portions of it. Getting a bigger weapon. So that I can channel more energy into it. A bigger, harder weapon that swings faster.
I don't know if it'll swing faster if it still weighs more.
Ventus magic.
True. Luca?
Yeah?
What are your thoughts on Palvindor?
I think that the military is a lot different than the people there. I think the people that are in control right now, I don't think that they have the will of the people in their heart. Or if they do,
They don't. I've watched enough public executions for that.
Yeah, me too. A lot of times their carts would come into the courtyard at the keep that I was being kept at, and people would be loaded up. They'd go out and exit, and they'd never come back. I don't know where they went, but it can't have been good. But I think that the people of Palvindor can't be blamed for what the government makes them do. Soldiers only fight wars because they're told to. And usually, it's because they've been lied to. People don't just fight people. Unless someone else is telling them that those other people aren't people. That's something I did iterate in the meeting. They at least know the difference between a civilian and a soldier. Whatever else you might think of them.
What are your thoughts on me then?
What do you mean?
I've fucked up plenty of times. It caused more confusion than anything else. I know I'm abrasive at times. Aggressive, even.
Well, I think that you're in a place right now, surrounded by a lot of people who didn't grow up around the same things that you did. Kulani and Palvindor, they're a little bit similar. Different, but... well, Palvindor is aggressive and expansionist, Kulani's isolationist. They internalize and, in their own ways, guess they both try to keep the rest of the world at an arm's distance.
Luca.
Yeah?
Are you fine after the meeting? I'm trying to check in with all the captains I can.
Oh.
Hopefully I'm not interrupting, of course.
My team seems to believe that it is a good plan that we have, going to Beston and setting up in Riker, if they'll have us. They also believe that we should begin to be paid since we are no longer a school.
Payment would be nice.
Sorries.
And we do sitting on a... Oh, yes.
What? Very tiny time. To rude woman. Goodbyes. No longer problem. Amaterasu not follows Rosewood. And to you?
Just...
Me wishes had more time, but thanks you for help when need. More like staying, you leaving.
Did you say was rude?
2-minute warning.
1 minute. Need to run. Not to know how much 1 minute is, but
Wait,
tiny
are you running
time.
away?
Right.
So?
Stay with Monty. Monty also not.
Monty's not coming. Monty's staying
You
here.
explain for me. Byes.
Okay.
Byes. Me wishes more time.
Monty's staying in the kingdom.
Wait, where is he? I need to speak to him.
The generator. Down.
I need to speak to him as well.
The kingdom.
We only have a minute.
Right outside.
It's okay, there's other ways. Thank you for telling me.
I know that Rin is going to be keeping in contact with, Eli, who's residing in the city. Perhaps you could talk to her, see if she could do so.
That's alright.
Taki is keeping contact with Monty.
Thanks, I'll get in touch if I need to.
There you go.
Sorry, I don't want to bother you. Varys is like leaving to stay here right now. And yeah, I know we don't have a lot of time.
So much is changing.
Like now would be a great time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Varys is staying behind too.
Varys?
Yeah. Well, LaFront, I'll see you at the meeting.
Yeah. Take care.
Sure. I never really answered your question, did I?
Not really.
Get on the ship.
I don't mind the abrasiveness. I learned that... well... it's kind of how you show you care. I think it's funny that you always fuss over us, making sure we're eating. Every once in a while getting chided. Because I made you do X or Y and... you know.
Fire people getting off the ship. Get on the ship.
I've come to sort of rely on you. Like a stable point in a storm. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. After Val died, you were sort of the only person that at least understood that maybe not all Pavendor is bad.
It is why I say that you are the better leader. Not to mention you're nice. You make sure everyone, and I mean everyone, is safe, even at the danger of your own health, even if it's stupid, you do. And even in front of scenarios where you think that we cannot win, we somehow do. And I don't say that's on me, and I don't say that's on anyone else in Umbra. You've cut paths far faster than anybody else.
Darius, we're gonna come back and see you, alright?
You make me feel sane in an entire room of crazy people.
Well, they're not all crazy, you know, there's Actaris.
I don't think Actaris would stab anyone in the back.
Huh?
You sacrificed more at this school than anybody else.
You see you soon, Professor Monty.
Downstairs. So he's on the ship, I guess.
To get back to the point, you were amazing. You were cut straight from a book.
Thank you, Monty. We'll see you again.
Oh, thanks.
And if there are books written about any of us, I'm sure yours would sell the best.
That's... I'm not sure anyone's ever said anything like that to me. Dang it, we're moving.
I mean, I'm sure that you make everybody else, but at least to me you make it. But even through impossible odds, we'll make it through.
It's because I know I've got my team at my back. I can trust you guys with anything. Especially you.
Well, thank you.
Go. Outside.
Hey, Murtesh.
Hey, hope you guys are okay. Just came to get a look at the front.
We're good.
You guys say your goodbyes?
I don't really like goodbyes.
Well, I hope you at least got some see you laters then. Try to get some of those in.
Yeah. There it goes.
Here we go.
You think that'll be Wonder? The first ever rift shield generator thingy. I don't know. Did we ever actually name it?
I don't think we did.
At least it's a beacon of hope.
A beacon. That's a good name for it.
Yeah. So off to Best in Bay, right? Fix the wrongs of other people.
Yeah. Pretty much. And after that, Riker, and then who knows where from there.
Yeah. I mean, hey, maybe I'll at least get to see where you come from.
I'd love to show you guys around. Just know you guys would love it. Would hope so.
Hey, who knows? Maybe in the time that you've been gone, they maybe have built your estate back.
I won't hold my breath. There is a rift almost right under it, so maybe once we get a beacon there.
Wait, what?
You didn't know?
No. I don't think that's ever been mentioned to me.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's why I'm here. My home was destroyed by rifts. Lost my dad in the fighting. He fell to the devouring. We had to evacuate.
Yeah. I see.
But I don't know if it happened or not.
It doesn't seem that it happened since that's 3 team captains, so. Thank you.
All right. You know what?
I see it at least.
Go ahead.
No, you can go first.
I was just gonna remark on that thing again. It really does inspire hope, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Professor Monty's really incredible for being able to devise something like that. It's gonna be sad that we don't have him anymore.
I'm sure he'll come around eventually.
Yeah.
Unless Pavendor does decide to siege that city.
Well, at the very least, we know it works. We know how to make more.
And technically, if we do think about it, we don't know this. Never mind. That's too dark.
Usually I'd ask no, say it, but I might feel of dark for at least this week.
Yeah. Well, I feel like we have some sort of direction now instead of just sitting there doing blood all.
Yeah.
Touching people's tombs. Building a new area, and I thought the whole goal was that we weren't staying too long.
Always seems to be that way. I bet we won't be staying too long anywhere we go now.
Yep. I mean, at least we have a moving home.
God, I hope we don't see any wyverns on the way.
You know. True, any flying rift beasts would be a problem. But you know, I'm kind of curious. If this ship was alone when it fell, I wonder if there's any bigger ships.
Probably.
Probably massive compared to this one, because this is the size of what? A galley? What's the term for the ship?
Galleon? I think it's a galleon, sorry.
Hmm. It's getting kind of cold up here.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we go inside?
Yeah. Did you ever see it over here? These doors, you ever been through them?
Yeah, it's the medical.
Oh. They fixed it?
Oh, never mind. This is an alchemical room instead now.
Neat.
Is it on the other side that they changed it? Hold on.
I think the other side's medical, yeah.
Got it.
Hmm.
I didn't know that.
I never touched the stuff.
Oh, maybe don't step on the tools.
Oh. Yeah. There we go.
I can worry about it later, I'm sure.
Well, you don't have to stay in here. Just figured it would be cool to show you around if you hadn't seen it.
Being ever the guiding beacon.
Come on. You're gonna embarrass me.
What? It's true.
Stop.
It's not my fault, it's facts.
Hey, Angel. Doing all right?
You okay?
Yeah. Another line on the moon. The Earth's getting bigger.
I wonder how much.
If that is a rift on the moon, at least one of the gods will sort it out, right? It's not our problem.
Who knows?
Monty, stay behind.
What happens if it breaks?
Does that mean the god's dead?
Who knows, really? I suppose it would be.
I think we finally reached a solid altitude. I don't feel like the ship's rumbling anymore. That's nice.
Professor?
To be honest, I was very concerned when the first thing I heard was, what if it breaks? Because I looked over there and thought that was a lantern full tilt back our way because it wasn't being protected from the wind.
I mean, that's what I was confused about when I went up there and saw some benches. I'm like, those better be screwed or bolted down.
I think they are.
There is a god on the moon. I don't know them by name.
We finally make it to Beston Bay. Someone gets a bench hit to their head from... How high are we?
By the way, we're going to FT after this for a little while.
For not getting close enough to the side to see.
High enough.
High enough. As someone without wind magic readily available, I prefer not to find out.
You and I are the same.
Yeah.
Flying, huh? fuck?
Just be careful if you're having ideas of flying around. You don't have wings. You get hit, you fall.
I wonder if I could fly with my affinity.
Well, maybe
Possibly,
let's not
but
try.
Like I said,
Maybe not right now.
You get hit or lose concentration of it, you fall. There's the reason the lieutenant drinks a feather fall potion every time they're going to go flying.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I'm playing a very dangerous game.
Listen, I've watched you fall off so many
glad you
balconies.
slipped
I
off this
don't
way.
want to see you fall again because this time you won't be coming back.
Do you not land on your feet?
What? I always land on my feet.
Okay, the difference is he landed on his feet before, but this he would not live, most likely.
You don't know that.
Would not be a bad time for me to save your life.
I'll be alright. I feel safer up here.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Elevated.
Sure.
You may recall from way long ago during our time in Rosewood.
Maybe you elevate yourself up there.
Maybe.
Maybe not so near the edge, where you could plummet for probably minutes before hitting something.
Give me time to pray, at least. Come to the gods, so to speak.
Which one? Whichever one comes to mind.
Guess so. Not the god of the moon, though.
Well, they would have on their hands as is.
Mm-hmm.
For over the water, there might be the first one you want to go to. Well, second. First one, go for Valkyrie. Maybe you're lucky she'll send a gust of wind to send you back up. Second, Luna, god of the moon. At least when you hit the water, you'll know you'll be going straight into her domain.
Well. I might turn in soon. Getting kind of tired. I really gotta say goodbye to anyone else, though. Or, well, good night, that is.
Yeah.
Whoops.
I don't think I'm gonna stay up too long myself. Too much spirit stuff for me today.
Yeah.
Basically from morning to now.
Guess I'll see him all tomorrow anyway.
Keep an eye out. I did see the purple orb wandering around the lower decks. So it looks like
so
we're
it's
not
following
free
us.
of the two of them.
I'm sure that'll just be an inconvenience more than anything.
We'll see.
So long as we're all sensible.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back inside.
No, I'm just really good at what I do.
Hmm?
I'm just really good at what I do.
Captain's orders, Sonny, who is it?
You know the pretty lady from Norrental with the silver hair, and she's really good at kicking ass.
Who was wooing up the gala.
It was conversations. Then,
Yeah, but you're the one who asked for this.
Luca, come over here.
Huh? What's up?
Hey, Chris.
Hi.
No.
Why
Oh no,
the
sorry,
phone rang?
there was a literal woman behind you. But if you want to be called
Oh.
girl, I totally respect that.
I
and
didn't
I'm
know.
I support
I didn't know what you
fully.
had said. Stop. What are you doing?
Alright.
I think Luke would make a pretty
You want some moonshine?
I have a lot of things to do.
What?
I'll hopefully be back later. Good luck.
What is it?
Alcohol. Ren made it.
I'm going to be a god king, then I should,
Rin made it?
That's
Mhm.
further down the line. I'm not
Makes
worried
sense.
about that right now.
There's like a keg of it. It's moonshine, and we made it with all the stuff that's from Norendal, and we're calling it Norendal, right? No, she was originally gonna call it Bloody Norendal, but we thought, oh my god, that's horrible. So we said the Norendal Red. It's good. Take a sip. Take a sip. The smell is much more. It's just as interesting as.
I started to be strong enough to even call myself to be a god king before I could even become
Okay.
other things in that matter. So I mean, just, it's
Every queen has a thing. Is that like a thing? What the heck? Ow, it burns! Ow! My throat. What's in that? No, it's not good.
For at least a little bit.
And I greatly appreciate it.
I don't know if I'd qualify as your I don't know if I'd qualify as your
More.
No,
right?
You did good, Captain. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
How about the part where it's like the queen someone else leads you just said.
Yo, do you help me read? It wouldn't be in that sort of.
So I wouldn't be your.
You'd be
your god.
What's the word? Advisor.
God advisor.
Sure, that's
not
I could be the god advisor.
want to be captain.
What?
Captain has.
I'm going
Huh?
to, be with this person that I've made connection with, and going to do that now. And okay, cool. Escape. Bye. Yep. Have a good night, you all.
Have a good night.
Take care of yourself, LeBron.
Sorry to hear about your girlfriend or whatever it was.
Whenever you're ready.
It's fine.
Oh, everything's fine then? That's good. Congratulations.
Make sure
No, you don't.
you treat her right, or else I'm gonna kick your ass.
I'm going. It's fine. I'm going.
I hope you win your dominance battle.
Good boy.
Why are we teasing LeFron now? What's happening?
We're teasing him?
Pretty lady.
Right. Okay.
Shitty one. Green.
Huh.
Wow.
Bravo.
Get in though.
The three himbos.
Stupid.
Oh, you know what? I'll tell you in this like less
Maybe together.
juicy new stuff for our guy.
Cohesion.
LeFron's looking in the direction of a possible woman, so you know.
That's great.
Ron looks
Maybe
at.
try.
I mean, yeah, it's good to. Yeah. What? Sorry, I'm trying to understand what we're talking about.
Right.
Right.
I get you're not really.
Hey. Oh.
Make not stupid.
Is this the girl?
I think. Hi, are you looking for LeFron?
Oh, I just came from the front. I'm just curious as to
You did.
what.
They were talking
Go
about God King, LeFron being God King of Droza, like one day, hopefully.
Downstairs. Yeah, and how
They
he's.
were talking about a God Queen, something like that. They said I couldn't be it. I'm not sure what that is.
I see.
They said someone
question.
he said he had someone else in mind or something like that. So I don't know. He said someone else for that role. So I guess I'm a God advisor, which is cool too. Hey, LeFron.
Hey, LeFron.
Just showing everything was fine. Yes. What's yeah, yes. Hi. Hello.
Is this your friend?
Yes, this is my friend.
Welcome aboard. My name's Luca. I'm captain of Team Umbra.
Maineth Gerda.
Well, Maineth, it's good to have you on board. Any friend of LeFron's and a friend of mine.
Yeah, any LeFriend of LeFron is a LeFriend of mine too. Oh, it's that. I appreciate the effort. Thank you. You're welcome.
Anyway.
All right. I'll introduce myself. All right, introductions. Yeah. Are you coming with us? Are you staying on the ship?
Yes. I will be staying with you guys.
Sweet. Cool. I'm Solus Anima, leader of Terra, future greatest fire magician in the making. Nice to meet you.
True.
Pleasure to meet you.
Now we're supposed to introduce ourselves now. We're supposed to say like what we're gonna be.
I don't know. I just like.
Luca, can I?
Hi, my name's
Sure.
Murtish Miyoshumo.
Over there.
Ooh. Future savior of the world, I guess.
What's up?
First off, are you doing okay?
Not really, but I'm managing.
Well, at least let you know that there's alcohol in the mess hall.
It's not more of that moonshine stuff, is it?
I think it is. I heard moonshine, so it probably is. Unfortunately.
Okay.
But I just was to at least inform you that over the next couple days, I'm going to be transferring to different teams just to help out and all of that. What? Wait, what do you mean? Isaiah tried to kill what?
What?
Isaiah's tried to kill someone?
We should probably check that out.
Do it.
Oh God!
Try
Hang
me.
on.
Do not.
No.
What's going on?
If anything starts, we will break it up.
None of these people are elves. None of them have any right to question you.
What are you talking? What's happening?
He's pissed because I'm seeing Lithariel.
I'm not entirely what the situation is.
What? What's
Lithariel.
This
What's
is
this
the
about?
weight of which you carry. This is the weight of your blood. This one, the one who would choose to speak words then defend themselves. The one that relies on others.
I don't rely on anyone here.
You are an elf, Lithariel. They are not. You will forget about them in due time.
Pick a choice. Either stow your weapon or prove that you are right. That you are pure. That you are brilliant and golden as the sun. Or just be a fucking coward, I don't care. Leave him out of it.
Why? You got a soft spot for him already.
He has done right by me better than any in my life.
Lieutenant.
The clusters. Here, I'll put myself in this. With the clusters, they seem to have gotten.
There's some kind of fight.
And the abyssal well is stronger.
A member of Aqua, the elf,
The world well has started to
and
tear.
Talia. Weapons are drawn.
Wait, what?
They're in the main hall.
Who?
Well, I don't remember his name. It's the elf on Aqua. Not Lothariel.
Isaiah.
Pull my blade away. Do it.
Everybody, weapons away now.
No.
Very well.
Stop.
Ariel, let it go.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Fuck. What's your fucking problem?
Hi.
We elves stand by a faith, a belief, a shared one. And it is with that that we shall carry.
You think I give a shit about that?
No, I don't. The past few days I've seen here at Rosewood, I've seen nothing but disgrace been brought upon its name. That of the occult. Half-elves. And those that like elves, that aren't elves.
Half-elves, yes.
Hmm.
Oh, you can say it to my face. You don't need to turn away.
Oh. You a half-elf?
Yes.
I see. Well, I couldn't expect any less.
Excellent. I'll go open the door for you. One moment.
She must have hated you, Isaiah. Alea, you said you knew her before. She must have hated you. You're everything she stood against. It's full of hate.
Why? Why? No understand.
All right. Doors open.
I will not leave Rosewood, because I seek perfection. My perfection is to see you all die. It is to come past that experience. That is what we elves believe, something you may not. You want to know why? Well, it's the very thing you said. It's the very thing that they are creating. I want nothing of that.
Okay, you're gonna have to run this by me one more time. You want us all to die? You want...
Not the experience. The achievement, the way of perfection.
He's top laning?
It is to see all those
I'm going to
that
feed.
will not live like you. It is to see them pass, and to remember them, and to grow by them. That is why I joined Rosewood. I joined so that I can gain that experience. So that in your final moments, I can be there to warn.
You can lord your shitty immortality over us?
It is what we elves
Not to help? Oh, I
We
see.
elves.
It doesn't bother you at all that the world is ending? And that's probably in the next
does.
10, 15 years? Your immortality will mean nothing. You will be dirt like the rest of us if we don't win.
Props, dude. It's not hard to play a character so diametrically opposed to modern day
Worst thing I
beliefs.
hate, more than any occultist, more than any half-elf, is rift beasts. The very thing that killed my family. The very thing that you are wanting to fight against.
It is by no insult that I mean my experience is your death. It should be held with honor.
Fuck. He doesn't deserve to be on Aqua. He doesn't deserve to be on your fucking team.
You make memories through experience. It's all about the pain, the love, the triumph in battle, right? Well, let's give pain a try.
What?
Anyways, I'm done here.
Running already. Makes a strike and leaves.
Hey, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Is your whole perfection, your strength. I'm assuming that comes with magical ability, right? You talked a lot about Festus. I'm sure you want to be strong in his eyes. A powerful fire magician, is that correct?
If you are to bring up unity in a moment like this,
No.
I've taken accounting for that. I know Festus. I know his beliefs. I stand by them.
Interesting. And you
So
think
make
he'd agree
your
with you?
word with them.
That Festus would grant you strength unlike any other. That you would be
That I do.
a league above all other. Interesting. So why am I better than you?
Oh?
Why am I better at magic than you? Why am I stronger?
I gotta get
Why
out
am
of
I
here.
able to call upon flame far better than you ever could? I'm a third circle magician. Where are you?
You're just a second-rate caster with first circle spells.
They walked in on me and talking.
No, I think it's just to do with a half-elf scenario, but I'm not sure. I didn't stick around long enough to get the gist on it.
What the fuck does that mean? Is this really what
Look,
we're
could you
investing
explain?
our energy into?
Celine, can I talk to you if you're not busy?
Go for it. I feel like I'm.
Cool.
Yeah. No qualifier needed.
Yeah, just we'll talk in here, I
Did you
guess.
get the lieutenant?
I did.
Well done, Luca.
There's no reason for us to fight each other.
If I inquire what happened on there.
What hell was going on at this point?
I guess someone finally told Isaiah that, well, Lethariel and, Talia are seeing each other. I just need to sit.
So, and that was enough to draw weapons over. Does he have his priorities straight?
I know that in Sun Elf culture, intermingling is one of the strictest taboos that one can commit. They see all elves as one kind, whether they be moon or sun. Well, maybe not as one kind, but they definitely see them as more than the rest of the races.
He's gonna probably... Well, he's probably gonna really hate what I'm doing.
What do you mean?
Recently, it kind of came to the mutual attention of myself, Sunny, and Barrett that we liked each other, and rather than, stick to the normal norms of how things work, we just said, fuck it, why not just make it a thing? So we did.
Huh?
I like both of them. They both like each other and me.
What does that mean?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure yet. I just, we're feeling it out as we go.
Huh?
You know what?
Wait, your captain's okay with this? He doesn't know, does he?
I hope he's picked up on it by now, because apparently it's not that big of a secret, at least according to Rin.
It's news to me.
I mean, it doesn't change anything about how we operate as a team. We're able to work separately from each other just fine. It just means that when we outside of duty, when there's the person that we want to turn to, and we just need,
Yeah,
you know,
I get it.
someone to be there for each other is just them.
Huh.
It's no different than anyone else turning to someone that they have feelings for. I'm sure it wasn't any different for you.
What? Wait, what? What do you mean?
I mean, I know your situation is probably not the most ideal for you, given the whole arranged marriage thing and stuff before that, but did you not turn to the people that you felt things for when you needed it most?
Well, I've never... That's never... Anyway, that's not what I came here to talk about.
Right. We're getting off topic.
I was gonna ask Monty, but...
What's up?
He's not coming with us, so... I wanted to ask you. You worked close with him. Would you teach me how to make the generator? I decided that...
It's a bit of a complicated situation on that front. The way he actually ended up doing it, he taught me half of the schematic, and Yorl has the other half. What I know, he doesn't know, and vice versa, and he'd like to try to keep it that way to where no one person knows how to make it by themselves.
But what if one of
So
you
if you'd like
dies?
to be... That's a discussion that I felt I needed to have with, well, the lieutenant, given that it was their orders that people be taught in the first place, but Yorl and I have been kind of talking about it a bit as well, and, well, it's entirely possible that, while adhering to his wishes that no one person knows everything, that me and him pick somebody to teach our respective halves to. So if you want, I can teach you the half that I know.
Okay.
I'll probably want to run it past Yorl, just to make sure he's aware of what the idea is there, but... Well... I can't say I was excited to know that I had, one half of the, hopes of the entire SHIELD project in my own head, and no one else had it, aside from somebody who's not even coming with us. So if anything, it'll be a relief off my shoulders a little bit that, well, there's at least a backup.
Yeah. I feel kind of guilty.
If that's the case, I'll probably need to talk to Yorl and probably emphasize that he should probably find someone who's willing to learn his half. Just that we have somebody who's a backup for both sides.
Good idea.
It's not going to be a very quick thing to teach, though. That, those inscriptions are fucking complicated.
Oh.
And that was before he sat there and, he had me literally copy the inscription 1,000 times, one after the other, until I could do it perfectly. Only to find out the first time that he had me do that, it wasn't even the real inscription. He just wanted to make sure that I was serious about it, and that he was confirming that we'd be safe for learning it. So I got to do it again. Let me tell you. After you do that many times, I feel like if I blink, I still see those sigils in my vision, so... I'm not saying you have to do the same thing too, but ideally, I think his wish for that is that those who know how to do it are able to do it from memory and don't have it written down anywhere. Or at the very least, if it is written down, that the two halves are never brought together.
Yeah.
Except for the purposes of creating it.
In that case...
I can very easily write it out from memory at this point. And it'll have to be done in the process of teaching it to you either way. It's just... Ideally, after you've gotten to where you have
This
it
feels like
memorized,
manipulation.
any written copies of it are destroyed. Unless otherwise agreed upon by the lieutenant what we should do with them, because I do feel like having a backup, if the two halves are kept separate, is a good idea.
Maybe talk it over with him. Make sure you both agree that I'd be the right fit for this.
Yeah. I'll run it by Yoral.
Maybe even let the lieutenant know. Or do they know?
It's a discussion I need to have with... Does the lieutenant know about... I know they're aware that people were taught. I'm not sure if they understood that the two of us have to be involved in the process because we possess the knowledge that the other lacks, but it was something I intended to talk to them about it as soon as I realized Monty wasn't going to be with us.
So, wait, do you mean that...
I didn't think it was...
You know how to make one of the things... Okay, because I know there's two parts. There's the thing that makes the exclusion, and then there's the main shield itself. Does it mean one of you know the exclusion?
The generator... The generator is known by a wide number. I think a lot of the Aethertech division is aware of various pieces of that, and that has like written down schematics. Specifically, what me and Yoral possess are the two halves to making the essence extractor.
Got it.
So that no one could just pick up some set of schematics and be able to replicate it and do whatever could theoretically be possible to do with that aside from its intended purpose.
Then I'll learn your half, but only if the two of you are okay with it.
Yeah, I'll talk to him about it.
Sure.
And in that case, I'll need to... Is there anyone you think would be suitable for learning his half?
I'm afraid that any one that I would give would be biased. With tensions the way they are, I don't want people to think I'm making some kind of move or something. People have been acting really weird.
We're deciding for them. Yeah, I've kind of noticed, and that's an entire discussion itself. That's... Regardless, just anybody you think who... Now that they've seen that it works, if they would be willing to learn what it takes to make it possible.
Yeah.
I understood their hesitation when it was just a theoretical, but now there's proof behind it.
Well, keep me appraised.
Yeah. Don't worry. If anything, that is one of the first things I want to ensure is set up. I don't want to have any possible accidents occur where that knowledge is effectively lost unless we can send out like an SOS to Norandel to get Monty to send a backup.
Right.
Ideally, we shouldn't need to rely on him any further for it. That was the whole point of him training us.
Well, I'm gonna go try and Find someone and then go to bed. Thanks for the talk.
Of course. Well, from the looks of it, at least, it stopped blowing up down here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I know.
She unlocked door.
You guys doing okay?
The lieutenant did?
That's a great fucking night.
Whoa. Wait, what?
Lothario has a girlfriend, and Isaiah's not very happy about it.
No, like half.
Yeah. Is Emma okay?
She's pissed off.
Talia.
About
well, because Isaiah hurt Lothario in his acting out, and he doesn't seem very sorry. I don't really know the exact reason besides that.
Heal Emma. No, after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did Emma need healing? What's happened to her?
Emma, I don't think Emma needs healing.
No.
I think Emma's okay. No, we need healing for the top.
Emma's upset because Lothario got hurt.
Healed Emma.
Heal Emma. Here.
She did? When was this?
Before
Going to bed.
Oh, fuck.
Still
Okay, good night.
Then.
Captain.
Back.
Shit.
Did she ever even care in the first place? Has it been 3 days? 4? I have to go to bed. Team needs me to be functional. That's the end of season 3, chat. Let's go, dude. Let's go. GG, guys. It's been real. We love you, chat. I'm gonna go to FT now. You guys are welcome to stay and enjoy the ride. Let's go. I guess we'll see you in season 4. Luca didn't immediately leave, so we'll see. He has still reasons to stay. I'm being requested for FT. Well, tell him I'm on my damn way. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye, Rosewood. And maybe a little bit of a spoiler. Oh, no, we don't got a spoiler. No spoiler yet. There we go. All right, I need to change the title and the music. Okay. And I'm gonna start FT. Yay! I can't wait. How traumatic and sad it will be. What's this, episode 73, chat? Season 3, episode 73. I'm calling this one Homecoming. Okay, I'm gonna end and start stream again. See you in a second, chat.